All right, what's going on, everybody? This is going to be episode 120 of Tech Thursdays. This episode is going to be all about Threadripper. We're pretty much just going to devote the entire thing to Threadripper because today is the return of HEDT. Finally, Zen 5 is available to the masses that are looking to build a true high-end desktop. So this might be a long one. I don't know. The last time I did one of these live streams was last year for all of the X870E motherboards, and then we did another one for all the Z890 motherboards a few weeks or months later. So this one's going to be all about TRX 50 for those that are looking to build a high-end desktop for either work, whether you're an independent contractor or you are a true tech enthusiast who remembers the glorious days of HEDT a decade ago with Intel's high-end desktop platform. Now Intel is currently completely missing in action in this segment, so it is up to AMD to pick up the torch. So here we are with the launch of Threadripper 9000. So we finally have the full AVX 512 instructions per single clock cycle. This is it. So if you're interested at all, remotely interested in Threadripper or just super high-end desktops, this is going to be the stream to tune into. So let's see, how's everybody doing? Oh, any luck with the dashboard? Oh, so for those of you that were curious, so we did last weekend, a problem was developing with my the dashboard, so the LED display on my MSI Godlike motherboard. So I have since RMA'd that or the dashboard in particular. I shipped that out Monday morning of this week, and it was literally delivered to MSI today, this morning. So hopefully they will ship me a replacement unit soon, so my 9950X 3D system will be back in action. But for now, that system is completely offline until we get that fixed. So Threadripper, it's all going to be about Threadripper because that's pretty much the system that I've been using the whole week. And yeah, this is it, guys. Threadripper 9000 is here. I was actually debating whether or not I should even bother doing the upgrade. I noticed RK was contemplating whether or not upgrade. Fake friends were saying don't bother. So it really is going to depend on how much compute do you actually use with your existing Threadripper. Because for those of you who are probably already aware, if you watched any of the reviews on the Threadripper desktop, which were live yesterday, so all the big tech channels that were sampled either the 9980X and the 9970X, there are specific workloads where Threadripper 9000 is significantly faster than Threadripper 7000, but if you're just using your computer for daily work-related activities and you sometimes need to use the compute in the all-core boost, you're probably not going to get a whole lot out of upgrading. But if you're someone who has a workload that can scale with AVX 512 in particular, there are some pretty significant gains. We'll be looking at those later on. I'm going to make some videos about Threadripper, as you can imagine. We will also look at overclocking. Overclocking is something that I've been contemplating, but I feel like if you're someone who buys a Threadripper, you fall into one of two camps. You're either you just buy it and you use it stock, which is probably the majority of people that actually buy Threadripper, and you just don't touch anything in the BIOS. You just, aside from loading the Expo profile or whatever, you pretty much don't do anything with it. You just kind of just use it as is. And then there are the true enthusiasts who remember the glorious days of HEDT from as far back as late 2008 all the way up until now, actually. And you want to continue on that path of the true high-end desktop, maybe there is something to be gained from playing around with overclocking. So Threadripper is just like Ryzen, for those that don't know, meaning all of the PBO, the curve optimizer. I don't know about Curve Shaper. I haven't looked at Curve Shaper in the BIOS yet. I'll look into that. But I know curve optimizer, per CCD, per core, the default global setting, all of that stuff's in there. The PBO settings for the plus 200 megahertz offset, override, all those things carry over from Ryzen. So you do have access to all the overclocking tools. You can also do OC mode if you want to manually overclock all cores at like, I don't know, 5.1 gigahertz or whatever. All of those things are built in. So you can do all of that if you so choose. But I feel like if someone's going to spend that much money on this platform, they're probably not going to mess with overclocking too much unless they have an incredibly high-end, like custom loop liquid cooling setup or something along those lines, because the stock power at full load is like 350 watts. So if you start overclocking it, it's going to quickly go to like 500 watts, 600 watts at full load. Now, idle doesn't change anything because PBO can still downclock to like low idle power, but the maximum on full core load or all core workloads, that can get up pretty high in the power consumption. So I myself am not really set up to do overclocking right now. I am using an air cooler. I'm using the Noctua, I forget the name of it, but it's a Noctua air cooler. It isn't even a dual fin stack air cooler. It is a single fin stack air cooler, and it can handle a 350 watt Threadripper with a stock TDP, no problem. So the hottest, if you guys watch my unboxing and overview video, at the end of the video, I show you the temperatures in Harbor Info 64, and the hottest it got while looping Cinebench R23 was like 88 degrees Celsius, and that is on an air cooler, 350 watts on an air cooler, 88 degrees. So imagine if that was on an actual liquid cooler. So, and I've watched a lot of the review videos from yesterday, and a lot of them were using that Silverstone custom AIO. Well, it's not custom, it's like a full AIO meant for Threadripper with the full cold plate. And I think they were only getting like all upwards of like 70, 72 degrees Celsius or something under full load with the stock configuration. So that's really, really good. And those guys were using like the 64 core and the 32 core. I am only using I only have the modest 24 core that I picked up from Micro Center. So this one is the entry level model, but I do think that if you're someone who just wants to get into the platform, like if you just want to get access to the 80 plus PCIe Gen 5 lanes, because you need PCIe lanes, you don't like lane sharing, you don't like bandwidth sharing. First of all, I want to say something about lane sharing. So the concept of lane sharing, PCIe lane sharing, bandwidth sharing, all of that, lane sharing and Threadripper do not exist in the same sentence. Those things are completely mutually exclusive. So if you're someone who despises lane sharing, the concept of having to decide, oh, do I want to add that second or third Gen 5 SSD, but then I'll be running my graphics card at X8 lanes? If you're someone who doesn't like that, if that's just like a feels bad, that's exactly what Threadripper's for, because Threadripper will never ever have lane sharing. There's no such thing as lane sharing on a Threadripper platform. It literally has all the lanes, all the bandwidth. We are going to be revealing the motherboard block diagrams in Paint. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of Paint on this live stream, but we're going to be doing all the block diagrams for all the TRX 50 motherboards that are available. There have been a few new ones that have been announced. In particular, there is one from Asus that has been announced. It's pre-order now. I think it ships like sometime in August or late August or something. And then I think Gigabyte is coming out with another AI top, like a newer one, but that might be for the Pro series. So I'm not 100% sure what Gigabyte's doing. And I think ASRock might have some revision of one of their motherboards as well. But I don't know much about the ASRock or the Gigabyte one. But we are going to dive into all of the TRX 50 motherboards and do a deep dive and show you that there is no such thing as lane sharing on the Threadripper platform. And that is pretty much the reason why the platform is very expensive. But I'm someone who doesn't really need that many cores beyond like 16 cores. So to me, the 24 core is the smart buy choice if you want access to the PCIe lanes, if you want to say goodbye to PCIe lane sharing, you just want all the lanes, and you don't necessarily have a workload that scales beyond 16 or 20 or 24 cores. I think the 24 core is actually a really good choice. The other thing too that I will say about the 24 core, so I guess we can get out of this. Let's dive into this real quick. Let's go to Tech Power Up's website. So Tech Power Up has a very good layout of the CPU. So the 9960X, this is the one that I have. The unboxing and installation video, the overview video, the BIOS setting video, all that stuff is already on the channel. And the one thing I wanted to point out is because this only has 24 cores, yes, only 24 cores and 48 threads, because of that, it can allow more power per core compared to the 32 and the 64, especially compared to the 64 core. So what that means is you get better boost behavior on the lower end Threadripper than you do on the higher end, because if you don't need all the cores, you're going to be able to hit between anywhere from like 4.7 to 5.4, actually 5.4. So it says 5.3 gigahertz boost, but if you guys went back and watched my video, you would have seen that the stock behavior for the best performing CCD on this particular chip is 5.4 gigahertz for the best performing CCD, which is CCD 0. So you actually get a lot of like 5.4 boosting behavior with the 24 core. I don't know how true that is for the higher core counts, like the 32 core, for example. I would imagine the 32 core also boosts pretty well, because the 32 core, so for those that don't know, the 32 core and the 24 core are basically 4 Ryzen 96Xs or 9600X or 9700X. So let's illustrate that in Paint. So let's pull up Paint. We're going into Paint really early on this stream. So you guys know what a AM5 CPU is composed of, right? So you've got your Ryzen 5 9600X, which has one group, one CCD. It is a single CCD. We'll put it down here with the IO die. This is 6 cores. 6 cores, 12 threads. This is the entry level Zen 5 Ryzen 67 or 9600X. And then you have the 8 core. You have the Ryzen 7 9700X, which is 8 core, 16 thread, and that's basically the same as this. It's identical in structure. So what is a Threadripper CPU? A Threadripper 9960X is a 24 core, 48 thread Zen 5 based CPU. But what is that actually composed of? It's a large chip. Everybody kind of knows that already. You have the IO die in the middle. You have a large IO die for the Infinity Fabric. And then you have essentially 4 CCDs surrounding the IO die. Now, I forget if they're shaped like this or if they're like next to each other. They fan out more. But essentially, you have 4 CCDs on a 9960X. Each one of these CCDs has 6 cores, 12 threads, meaning each one of these CCDs is identical to the CCD on a Ryzen 5 9600X. So you can think of a 9960X as 4 Ryzen 5 9600Xs in one CPU. Similarly, the Threadripper, I guess I could just copy this one. The 32 core Threadripper 9970X is a 32 core, 64 thread. And this one has it has 4 CCDs that are identical to this CCD. So you have 4 chiplets of Zen 5 core CCDs on the 9970X. Each one of these have 8 cores, 16 threads. So you have 8 cores here, 8 cores here, 8 cores here, and 8 cores here. So that is 8 times 4. So that is 32 cores. So that's how you get the 32 core, 64 thread 9970X. So the way I think of it in my head is I'm thinking, okay, a 9960X, the lowest end Threadripper is basically 4, as Intel would say, 4 Ryzen 5 9600Xs glued together. They literally glued 4 of these together and they made a 9960X. Similarly, the 9970X is 4 9070Xs glued together. And that's what you get there. So the difference is the 24 core has 2 cores per CCD disabled, just like how the Ryzen 5 9600X has 2 of the 8 cores disabled, rendering it as a 6-core 12-thread. Now, what about the flagship? So the flagship is different. The flagship, so let's copy this again. The highest end Threadripper HEDT, the 64 core Threadripper 9980X. This is a 64 core 128 thread. This is a monster CPU. This one is physically different because this one actually has 4 more CCDs in addition to the 4 that were on there originally. So it actually has like 4 of these. Now, I don't know if I'm drawing it correctly. I might be drawing it wrong. They might just be like longer things. But anyway, in general, this is what a 64 core 128 thread is. So it is significantly different than the other two. Notice how these two look the same. The difference is the lower end one has 2 cores per CCD that are disabled. So that means that 8 of the cores are disabled on this, which downgrades it from a 32 core to a 24 core. That's how you get the 24 core. Just like Ryzen 5. And the flagship model is different because it has 4 more CCDs. So it adds 8 more cores times 4. So it adds an additional 32 cores. So that one is super high end in terms of how many cores it has. So you're looping R23 for 15 minutes with a 32 core and your maximum temperature on the custom loop is 61 degrees. That's very good. Yeah, that's very good. So yeah, that does mean that I am kind of limited by my air cooler at the end of the day. If I'm doing like long rendering workloads, it will probably limit me in terms of the time it takes to complete versus being on liquid. But yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll probably consider testing liquid cooling at some point on there. I mean, I did actually start my Threadripper. So that those of you that remember the first Threadripper I did back in 2023, so this is the Threadripper 7000 series, so Zen 4. This one I did start out with liquid, but I did move to air, just because it's air. It's like, oh, you don't need to worry about the pumper, and you literally forget about it. You don't have to do anything, you know, it's air. So that's why I did that. But I may test liquid again just to see if there is a noticeable performance uplift with what I do with the computer. Can we glue 4 9950X 3Ds together? DIY. You can try it. I don't know if it'll work. But that's how it's structured. For those that weren't aware, that's how they differ from each other. So this one is basically 2 of this one, and this one is 4 of this one, and this one is 4 of this one. So hopefully that makes sense. One of the big things, so the biggest difference, because people are like, is it worth actually going to Threadripper? So here's some of the things you get. You get what, 80 plus PCIe 5.0 lanes. You get quad channel memory. So let's talk about quad channel memory. Quad channel memory is one of the watermark signs of a high-end desktop. If your computer doesn't have quad channel memory, it's not a true high-end desktop. It's a regular desktop. So that's kind of the main difference. And we're going to talk about the history of HEDT as well. We're going to go all the way back to the year 2008, where it all began. So quad channel memory, and then the other one is, well, so if you're on Pro Series, you actually have 8 channels of memory, but we're not going to talk about Pro Series unless you guys really want to dig into that. If you're considering Pro Series, hopefully you have a very specific like potential business use case for going with a Pro Series Threadripper, because I feel like the enthusiasts largely should ignore Threadripper Pro, because Threadripper Pro doesn't really get them anything unless they actually need octa-channel memory for some reason. But you also get multi-GPU. Now, you can do multi-GPU on a regular Ryzen motherboard, but typically you have to have a very high-end Ryzen motherboard, which means you have to have a motherboard that has dual Gen 5 X8. So the top one is X16, the bottom one is X8, and as soon as you plug in the second GPU, your top one drops to 8 lanes. So you can do dual graphics cards on a regular Ryzen or an Intel Core motherboard, but both of those GPUs are only going to run at 8 lanes each. There are no Ryzen or Intel motherboards that allow for full 16 lanes on 2 graphics cards. That is something that you can do on Threadripper. In fact, you can run multi-GPU up to quad SLI or quad crossfire, or I guess four-way, is that what they call it? Four-way SLI. You can do quad SLI or four-way SLI. These are things that no one really does anymore. Let's get rid of quad, because quad is not four-way. There's a difference. So if someone wants to explain if someone knows what the difference between quad SLI and four-way SLI is, congratulations, because that means that you've been building computers, high-end computers, for a long time. All right, and then there's also four-way Crossfire X, which is the AMD multi-GPU. So you can do those things with a true high-end desktop. These are examples of what you can do with a true high-end desktop, not necessarily a workstation, but a true high-end desktop, not a regular mainstream desktop. So those are some examples. You can do a lot of hardware-based virtualization. A lot of the BIOS settings. So some examples are like CXL, which we're not really going to talk about on here. This is more of a professional topic, but CXL is another thing. If you want to know more about CXL, check out Level 1 Techs or Level 1 Linux. They did an excellent video on CXL recently for Threadripper. So that's another example of something that you can do with high-end desktop that you can't really do on a regular mainstream desktop. So if you don't understand any of the things that I've just mentioned, then Threadripper is probably not for you, or you're probably relatively new to building computers or just working with desktop computers in general. But these are all examples. These are all traits of high-end desktop. So like if I ask somebody, how many PCIe Gen 5 lanes do you have? And they're like, oh, I got like 20 lanes, I think, or something. It's like, okay, yeah, you're on a mainstream desktop. You're not on a high-end desktop. So, okay. So those are examples of high-end desktop. I don't know. I guess we can go through motherboards now, or do you guys want to talk about the history of high-end desktop? I know we've talked about the history in the past, but I want people to understand clearly the difference between a high-end desktop and a mainstream desktop, because they come from different branches of the compute space. They're very different. High-end desktop is derivative of the server world, the data center, the enterprise world. The mainstream desktop is more derivative of PCs from, like home PCs, personal computers. You want to talk about workstation? Workstation's different. So maybe we should explain the hierarchy. In the computer world, there is a hierarchy. And for those of you that have been watching my channel for a while, you guys already know, you've heard this lecture before. So you know there's the There's the S tier. There's the A tier. There's the B tier. There's the C tier. And there's the D tier of the compute space. Is that right? Hold on, let me think. Yeah, that's right. So there's like 5 tiers. Okay, I had to think about that for a second, but okay, yeah, there's 5. So these are the tiers of the computer society, the computer world. Computers can be in many forms. They can be laptops, they can be desktops, they can be workstations, they can be servers. There is a hierarchy. At the very top, like the Valar in Lord of the Rings, you have the highest end. You have like the Iluvatar types, the super high end. This is the stuff that no one ever touches. These things sit in the data centers, far away, maximum security. No one gets in, no one gets out. These are the server class. Server class, also known as enterprise class hardware. These are things that can be either commercial grade temperature or even industrial grade temperature. So iTemp certified, conformal coated based PCBs. Things that are beyond what MSI or somebody claims is mil spec tested. No, these things are like way beyond that. We're talking like minimum 10 layer PCB, if not 12 layer PCB. These are like the super high end computers of the world. These are the ones that are hosting YouTube videos 24/7. They never die. They have no downtime. They have to be uptime all the time, 24/7, always under load, always working hard, server class hardware. This is the highest end. So you have the server class at the top. This is EPYC. If we're talking by CPU, this is where AMD's EPYC class of hardware exists. So that is the EPYC line. These have all the security built in, like the manual TP or like I guess discrete TPM, all that kind of stuff, all those things. So these are the ones that, if we're talking AI, these are the ones that go into the AI pods for the NVIDIA GPUs. The Blackwell GPUs are now starting to replace all of the older ones in the data center world. That is where EPYC resides. Currently, that is the Zen 5 name for EPYC is known as Turin. So that is where Turin exists. Then you have the A tier. The A tier is the workstation class. The workstation class, I just realized we're probably going to have to make this larger or go somewhere else because I don't have enough space. But we've got workstation, which is Threadripper Pro. Yeah, I knew this wasn't going to work. Okay. We got Threadripper Pro. So this is where the CPUs that launched last week would go. These are like your WX series Threadripper Pro. And these are extremely expensive for the average consumer. In fact, they're so expensive. I think the highest, like the flagship Threadripper is like, or Threadripper Pro is like $11,000. Like 11,000 US dollars. That is way too expensive for the average enthusiast. Even like an enthusiast with a high budget would definitely think twice about pulling the trigger on buying a Threadripper Pro, because that is like super expensive. So that is the A tier. That's the A tier. These are like $11,000 chips. These are like $20,000 chips. So you have different classes of hardware here. So you got workstation. Next we have the B tier. The B tier is exactly what we're talking about on this stream. This is high-end desktop. This is where Threadripper non-Pro exists, which is exactly what we're talking about on this stream. This is the B tier of the compute space. Regular Threadripper is, yes, the B tier of the computer space. Then we have C tier. C tier is Ryzen and Intel Core. So your regular Ryzen, so your flagship 9950X3D and your Intel Core Ultra 9 whatever 285K, however they pronounce it. These two things, these two products are only C tier. C tier. These are C tier products. If you don't have 20 grand to buy an Epic class CPU, you're not in S tier. That's just how the world works. That's the society. Workstation is like 11 grand. Threadripper tops out at 5 grand. Intel and Ryzen top out at like $650. So it's like, yeah, dude. Like you put things into perspective. It's like the highest end, like the flagship 9950X, 9950X 3D. These things are what, like $600, $650, $700 with no sale? $700, that's a steal compared to like, you know, $11,000 for an 8-tier workstation. So it's like, that's like chump change. Petty change, you're right, yeah. And then at the bottom you have D tier, which is mobility. So mobile CPUs, APUs. You have those guys down at the bottom. That's D tier. So all your laptops, all your gamer laptops. That's why I never recommend gamer laptops, because they always depreciate. They don't hold value long term, and they're always like gimped. So if, like, for example, if you buy a gaming laptop with an RTX 4090, an RTX 4090 in a laptop is never going to perform anywhere close to a true, like, discrete RTX 4090. So mobile is always at the bottom. Like, that's the bottom. That's, you know, like, that's D tier. That's just where they sit. That's how it is. Power limited. So you have unlimited power. You have lots of electricity. You have like 350 watt TDP. You have like, what, 200 watt TDP? 120 to 200 watt TDP. And then you have like 15 watt to 45 watt TDP. So it's like, yeah, you can kind of measure the spectrum of the tiers by how much power they use. But in the consumer space, so here's the thing. So you got to think about it like this. The mobile space is a very, very large market. A lot of people have laptops, but they don't have desktops. They don't have high-end desktops. They don't have workstations. And they definitely don't have servers. The average person, the average individual that you'll come across is more likely to have a mobile laptop or a tablet than they are to actually have a desktop. So the higher up you go, the more rare you'll run into somebody that has one of these. So think about that for a second. And you know, a lot of people that have like Epic servers, they're like, they bought them used on the used market, and they're probably like 2 or 3, 4 generations old. You know, like they're probably using some old ancient Xeons from Intel that some company decided to sell off cheap as e-waste or whatever, or just get rid of. You know, like that's how some people get their hands on server class hardware. They basically get it from like e-waste or something. So it's never really going to be the highest end that they have access to, because these are reserved for companies. Like these are like company purchases. You know, like it's not something that an enthusiast would actually use. So, but this is the tier list for those that are curious. Those are getting into the computer space, trying to build your own computer, knowing what's out there. Because some people can easily be fooled into thinking that, you know, like an Intel, like, oh, an Intel Core Ultra is like a super duper high end desktop. No, it's not. It's a mainstream. It's a C tier product. I'm sorry, it's a C tier product. Same thing goes for the 9950X 3D. These are like mainstream products. Why are they mainstream? They only have dual channel memory. They only have very limited PCIe lanes. The concept of lane sharing exists. You got to think twice about the motherboard, because if you choose a certain motherboard, it does it have a postcode debug on it? Does it not have a postcode debug on it? You know, like, how many SSDs can you populate on the motherboard before your graphics card gives up half of its bandwidth? You know, like, those are the sort of things that people who exist in this realm, in the C-tier realm, have to think about when they're building a computer. The people in these upper layers, they don't think about those things because those things don't apply to them. Those are not their problem. Those things don't exist. Those are foreign ideas. They're just figures of their imagination. They just don't exist. But people who exist down here in Ryzen and Intel Core, they got to think about that all the time if they're building a computer. Most average people have D-tier. You're right. Most people have D-tier mobile parts. Not a lot of people have desktops, guys. Like, I'm surprised when I talk to, like, PC gamers that think, like, everyone has a desktop computer. Now, I'm just thinking of, like, my day job. Like, the people that I work with, I don't work with anyone that has a desktop computer in their house. Like, I'm the only one. I'm the only enthusiast, like, in my immediate workforce team that actually has a desktop. Not even just a desktop. Like, forget the fact that I have a high-end Threadripper, like, for a second. Like, just the fact that I have a regular desktop. A regular Ryzen desktop. Most people do not even have that. Most people don't have that. Most people just have laptops that are like 3 years old.
Not gonna lie, if I have to choose, I would buy an RTX 6000 Pro over the Threadripper.
Wait, really? But what would you do with that GPU though, that you can't already do with your current GPU? So that's the thing. Like, are you actually going to use the 96 gigabytes of VRAM? That's my question to you on that, because it's like, yeah, it's a nice GPU, but like, what is the benefit of having that over the 5090? You know what I mean? Like, the 5090, 32 gigs of VRAM in the consumer space is a lot of VRAM. Even by today's standards, 32 gigs of VRAM is already a lot of VRAM. So 96 gigs of VRAM. So here's the thing. 96 gigabytes of VRAM is meant for non-gaming activities. So if you're doing stuff, for example, if you're doing GPU pass-through and hardware-based virtualization, you can take an RTX 6000 Pro and you can partition the VRAM into like 4 virtual. I'm just using the number 4. You can do 2, you can do 3, whatever. You can basically split the 96 gigabytes of VRAM into 4 24 gigabyte virtual graphics cards. So think about that. I mean, those are the sort of things that people who acquire the RTX 6000 Pro, they think about those use cases, like hardware virtualization, GPU pass-through, virtualizing an entire, like a VM, a virtual machine, and basically splitting up the hardware, the available hardware resources into virtual container-based chunks of hardware that they want to virtualize. So they can create 4 GPUs out of one RTX. Now, granted, they're all virtual GPUs, they're not physical GPUs. So they have virtual GPUs out of an RTX 6000 Pro. You can technically do that with a 5090, but you're not going to get a big VRAM pool. You can create like 4 8 gigabyte GPUs, virtual GPUs, with one 5090. But with an RTX 6000 Pro, you can literally create 4 24 gigabyte GPUs. Think about that. That's the reason why people consider. That's one use case example. But otherwise, I don't see the point of having an RTX 6000 Pro. Like, unless I was going to do, like if I was going to simulate virtual desktops, and if they were going to exist in a server, so this thing's going to be on 24/7, and it's going to be either in a local on-prem cloud that I'm going to host and make available for a small business to access the virtual GPUs. That is one example of why I would use an RTX 6000 Pro, because now with one $8,500 graphics card, I can basically create 4 graphics cards from one graphics card. Now, those 4 graphics cards are going to split the resources of a single GPU, but depending on time of day, depending on who's doing what, you know, there's going to be like pockets of where there's more resources available for one over another. So those are the kind of examples of where that GPU would be more useful than spending money on like 4 separate GPUs and using up a bunch of PCIe lanes. However, you're doing something with like AI, you're probably going to be better off with multiple graphics cards, depending on whether we're talking model. Usually it's now model inferencing is the name of the game, but a lot of that is going to actually depend on the CPU. And that is where Threadripper Pro, and all the server CPUs, that's where they make their difference in terms of like, oh, do we need to go with a new server? Can we get away with running on an old server? Do we even need to upgrade? That kind of thing. It makes sense when you have heavy scenes. Otherwise, you could build 3 5090. Yeah, so you could do multi-GPU. Yeah. But keep in mind that some of the studios that buy RTX 6000 Pro will buy more than one RTX 6000 Pro. They'll buy like 4 of them. So they'll have like 4 of them in a Threadripper Pro setup. So, you know, or 3 or whatever, 2 or whatever, I don't know. But I'm just giving you guys examples of where that card makes sense, because to me, buying an RTX 6000 Pro for, like, okay, let's assume the use case is gaming. I don't see the point of doing that, to be honest. Because, like, how is that going to be significantly better than an RTX 5090? If anything, it's going to make the RTX 5090 look like a really good deal. You know what I mean? Okay, we can do the math, you know, like, $8,500 divided by 96 gigabytes versus, what is it, 2,500 divided by 32. So So you take 8,500 divided by 96 gigabytes of VRAM. So you're paying $88.54 for 1 gigabyte of VRAM if you buy an RTX 6000 Pro, versus if you buy for $2,500. That's kind of like the average moving price of an RTX 5090 these days. So $2,500 divided by 32 gigabytes equals $78.12. So you're paying $10 less per gigabyte of VRAM when buying the RTX 5090 versus $88. So you're paying $10 more, $10.50 more per gigabyte of VRAM for a single RTX 6000. See? So that's why I don't recommend it. Especially not for gaming, because it's not... There is a specific use case for that GPU, and it is definitely not gaming. But by that token, you can do the math on some of those other cards. Like, what is it? Like 1,400 divided by 16 for the 5080. This is why the 5080 is so bad. So the 5080, you're paying $87.50. So you're paying... The 5080 is almost as bad as the RTX 6000 in terms of how many dollars you're paying for a gigabyte of VRAM. So this is why the 5090 makes a lot more financial sense than the 5080. This is an interesting little exercise that I decided to do on the spot, and it kind of shows another example of why the 5080 is such a terrible value. So that's just horrible value. But anyway, 16 gigs, man. $1,400, 16 gigs. Oh, wow. Anyway, so that's a look at why I don't recommend the RTX 6000 unless you fall into that category of the specific use case that would actually make sense. But to me, it doesn't make financial sense to buy an RTX 6000. So, because what does the RTX 6000 give you besides 96 gigs of VRAM over a 5090? You know what I mean? It might be a little bit faster, but it's like, is it worth that much more? Like, I don't know. It doesn't get you access to a high-end desktop platform because it's just the GPU at the end of the day. So it's like you're not gonna get quad channel memory, you're not gonna get PCIe lanes, multi GPU, all that stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's yeah, I don't know. And the thing is, like, I don't want to buy. I'm not gonna buy a super expensive Threadripper either, right? Like, because I personally don't need 32 cores, 64 cores. So 24 cores makes a lot of sense because it gets me the 80 plus PCIe Gen 5. It gets me quad channel memory. It gets me multi GPU. So we may do some videos on multi GPU and some stuff like that in the future if you guys are interested. But that's pretty much what I had to say on that. So I guess let's get into the motherboards now. Unless you guys want to talk about the history of HEDT. You do money with it. You have no choice. Well, I mean, yeah, I'll be honest, guys, like if it wasn't for the YouTube channel, I probably would not have upgraded to Threadripper 9000 because personally, the Threadripper 7000 was totally fine. Like for my use case, the 24 core, everything was fine, everything was good, rock solid, stable, everything just worked out of the box. But now that I have the 9000, because of YouTube, I gotta make the content, guys. I gotta make the content. We gotta do the Threadripper 9000 because everyone's talking about how it's over 9000. All right, so people want to hear the motherboards. Okay, let's look at the motherboards. So Tech Power Up has a very good... Tech Power Up is just a really good website in general, so I highly recommend them for those of you that are like new to the PC space. So they have a database. You can look at GPUs, you can look at CPUs. So what we're doing here is we're looking at CPUs, and we type in the search, the Threadripper. So this is the 32 core, and you can see 32 core, 64 threads, 350 watt, TDP, 4 gigahertz, 5.4 gigahertz boost. The code name is Shimada Peak. The previous 7000 series was known as Storm Peak. So this is socket STR5, which means if you already have a 7000 series Threadripper, this is simply a BIOS upgrade drop-in socket. You do not need to buy a new motherboard. It's the exact same socket. So that's one of the nice things about AMD. Like it helps reduce the cost of upgrade cycles if you're someone who really just likes to upgrade every single generation, even if you don't have to. So the nice thing about Tech Power Up is they also provide a really good chipset diagram. And personally, this is what I have used in the past to help derive the motherboard block diagrams. I literally just look at this to understand all of the lane allocations. So you can see here on the left, LGA 4844. The 4844 is the number of gold contact pins on the socket. So a Threadripper socket has 4,844 tiny little pins. And it has quad channel memory. So you can see here they have 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 6,400 mega transfers on JEDEC spec 1 DPC, and these are all RDIMMs, so these are registered DIMMs. The R stands for register, which means it actually has a little digital register to hold an extra bit value to help with error correction. So that is a huge difference between what you have on a Ryzen CPU, because those are UDIMM, they are unregistered DIMMs. They don't have any of those kind of extra features. There's no like actual hardware error correction on a UDIMM module. So the TRX 50, you can see here at the top row, it has a whole bunch of PCIe Gen 5. All of the dark green is PCIe Gen 5. All the light green is PCIe Gen 4. So the second row is also CPU connected lanes. The third row down here at the bottom has all these different colors. These are the chipset lanes. So you can see the TRX 50 chipset itself doesn't really do a whole lot in terms of the lane allocation. A lot of the lanes are directly connected to the Infinity fabric, which is a good thing because it means that your SSDs that plug in on CPU lanes are going to have lower latency and technically faster transfer speeds than the ones that go through the chipset because they don't have to go through the chipset. Everything that goes through the chipset basically has to share the yellow lines, the yellow chipset link. You can see that link has a total of 7.8 gigabytes per second, which is equivalent to, well, let's say 8 gigabytes per second. That's basically 4 lanes of PCIe Gen 4, not Gen 5. So the chipset is no different from a B850 or a B650 chipset in terms of the lanes that you get. So you're going to get 8 lanes of Gen 4 and what looks like 4 SATA, and you get a bunch of USB, you get a 20 gigabit USB-C, and then you get a bunch of like 10 gig USB-C and USB-A. So that's what the chipset contains. All of the other connectivity, all of the NVMe that are either Gen 4 or Gen 5, and then all of your graphics card, PCIe slots, all of those are going to be Gen 5 or Gen 4 depending on the motherboard. It also depends on the CPU because one of the biggest improvements that the 9000 series offers is that it gives you 80, I think it's like 88 lanes depending on the motherboard of PCIe Gen 5. This is different from the older Ryzen 7000, which had 48 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. So you get a nice boost in actual lanes from going from PCIe Gen 4 to PCIe Gen 5, going from Zen 4 to Zen 5 on Threadripper. So that is basically how the lanes are allocated. In terms of the cache, so the cache, the L1 cache is, it says 64 kilobytes per core. So there's some kind of overhead because we did the math from AMD's website and it should technically be 80 kilobytes per core. So I don't know why TechPower says 64 kilobytes per core. It's either 64 or 80 kilobytes per core. And then it's 1 megabyte per core for L2 cache. And then you have 128 megabytes of shared L3 if you're talking about the 32 core and the where is it? The 24 core. So the 24 core and the 32 core both have a shared 128 gigabytes of L3 cache. This makes sense because both of them physically are the same thing. Both of them consist of 4 CCDs. So all the 4 CCDs share a 128 megabyte cache, L3 cache pool. So where it gets different is on the 9980X, the 64 core. 64 core has 256 megabytes of L3 shared cache because it literally has the 128 plus an additional 128 for the outer CCDs. So that's why that one is 256 and these two are 128. So I hope this helps illustrate that difference. So let's look at the motherboards. So the motherboards, we've got ASRock, we've got Asus, and we have Gigabyte with their motherboards. So MSI, for whatever reason, MSI is not making, they didn't make any Threadripper motherboards back when the 7000 series debuted back in 2023. And they still haven't made any for the 9000 series. So I guess MSI, for whatever reason, is not competing in the high-end desktop space. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. So that leaves only the 3 brands, Gigabyte, Asus, and ASRock. So let's start with, I guess let's do Gigabyte first, or do you want to do ASRock first? I don't know. Let's do ASRock first because ASRock is the one that I know the least about right now because I don't know what their refresh lineup consists of. So ASRock has the WS, the TRX50WS. This motherboard, you guys can see, has a lot of active cooling on the VRM. It has 2, well, actually, let's just go ahead and let's do this. Let's go to the support page, go to the manual, go to the user's manual. And let's go look at the block diagram. Well, actually, let's look at this first. So, according to this, they've got, what is this, 5 PCIe slots. PCIe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they only have 2 physical M.2 drives or slots on the motherboard. They have M.2_1 up here, and they have M.2_2 down here. Now, that means that they probably have something like VCCO, or they've got Slim SATA, I would assume, or something, or they just have a lot of like X16. Yeah, I see Slim 1, Slim 2. So 18 and 19 are probably Slim SAS. So let's see, 18 and 19. Yes, Slim SAS and Slim SAS. So remember, we did a video about Slim SAS with the Crosshair Hero, the X870 Crosshair Hero on Slim SAS, and how you can actually use Slim SAS. One of the things you can do with Slim SAS is you can buy either an Enterprise M.2 using the U.3 or U.2 form factor, or you can use an enclosure, which is much, much cheaper than buying an Enterprise SSD, and you can use whatever, whatever M.2 drive you want, you stick it in the enclosure, you plug the enclosure into the Slim SAS, and away you go. There's your SSD. So technically, ASRock has 2 M.2s on the board, and then up to 2 more M.2s off the board via the Slim SAS. So it still does 4 SSDs off the motherboard. It's just 2 of them are external Slim SAS based. I mean, I say external, I mean they're not physically screwed down to the motherboard. They also have MCIO. That's going to be another set of probably 4 PCIe lanes. So if we look at let's just find the block diagram, I guess. They do a good job. I may have to draw it if it doesn't look, if it's not clear, but let's look at this. Okay, so MCIO, like I guessed, 4 lanes of Gen 5 goes to the MCIO 1. 4 lanes of Gen 5 goes to the first M.2. 4 lanes of Gen 3 go to the ASM 3242 for a rear USB 20 gigabit Type-C on the back. And then, for some reason, they're doing 4 lanes of Gen 3 for 10 gig. They don't actually need 4 lanes of Gen 3. You can get away with only 2 lanes of Gen 3 for this. So they technically could have put like dual 10 gig LAN if they wanted. But whatever, they're doing, I don't know if this is a mistype or whatever, but okay, they're doing like 4 lanes for a 10 gig. But see, this is the thing with Threadripper, guys. Threadripper, that's where I just realized that I've gotten so used to evaluating mainstream motherboards that I was trying to think in my mind how to make this optimized to save lane resources. The thing is, Threadripper, it does, like, the motherboard manufacturer can be lazy or sloppy with the lanes because there's so many lanes. It's like, oh, we're just gonna throw 4 lanes at this Aquantia 10 gig from Marvell. Just because we can. We're just gonna throw 4 lanes. Just throw 4 lanes at it, even though it only needs 2 lanes. Okay, it's like whatever. All right, then 4 more lanes of Gen 4 for the Slim SAS, which is also backwards compatible with SATA times 4. So you can do 4 SATAs off of this. Because remember, 1 PCIe lane can become 1 SATA. So technically, this is either 2 Gen 4 SSDs, or it is 4 SATA drives per Slim SAS. So that's 2 M.2 or 8, 4 on this one, 4 on that one, 8 SATA drives. So you can do an awful lot of SATA, and ASRock is kind of like the best in the business when it comes to SATA ports. They're the ones that still offer like 6 to 8 SATA ports on some of their higher end boards. Nowadays, you're going to find most people are only doing like 4 SATA max. Plebs count their PCIe. Yeah, I know, right? Like, these guys don't even have to count. There's just so many of them. And then on this side, I forgot about this side. So on the left side, you've got 8 lanes of Gen 5 going to slot 4. You've got 16 going to the primary. You got 16 more Gen 5 going to the third one. You have 4 Gen 4 going to this one, to the second one. Someone might be asking, what is this? What is this for? So, okay, I see a Gen 4 X4, and I see it on a PCIe. This literally tells me that this motherboard can probably add Thunderbolt to the motherboard or USB 4 via an add-in card. Because every time I see Gen 4 X4, I immediately think, oh, Thunderbolt, oh, USB 4. You know, or it used to be, I used to think about internal 4K capture cards. I used to think about capture cards. Now I think, oh, Thunderbolt and USB 4, because it's like, okay, this is what these guys put these X4s in here for. So I bet this motherboard has the ability to add Thunderbolt to this motherboard. I would not be surprised if you could do that. And this is the clue. That's the clue right there. The Gen 4 X4 means you can add USB 4 Thunderbolt 4 to this thing. All right, and then slot 5 is an X8 of Gen 4. So you can total however many lanes those are. That's like a ton. And then you got all this stuff over here. And look at this. All of this is connected directly to the CPU. Completely independent from the chipset. It just goes straight into the Infinity Fabric. No latency. It's just direct connect. None of this chipset. But if you need more, here's the chipset. Okay, so on the chipset, you're going to get a bunch of USB. You're going to get a key M.2. This is typically for a Wi-Fi card. If someone wanted to add like a specific Wi-Fi card that they wanted to use. So that's what that is. And then you have a 2.5 gig LAN, a Realtek LAN, which is using only one lane of Gen 3. That's totally fine. That's how it's supposed to be. And then 4 SATA ports in addition to all that Slim SAS stuff up there. So you have 4 built-in SATA, so that's pretty standard. And then you get another Gen 4 X4 M.2. So you have a Gen 4 M.2 here, and you have a Gen 5, Gen 5 M.2 there. So you got so not a lot of like Gen 5 native SSD connectivity on this board. You really only get this one Gen 5 up here, and then you have this one Gen 4 down here. So if you wanted to do like a lot of Gen 5 storage, this right here looks like it's perfect for like dual Gen 5 on an add-in card. But some people don't like the idea of having to put an add-in card. So who is this motherboard for? I kind of think this is for someone who is going to be doing a lot of enterprise stuff. The fact that there is an MCIO on there, there's 2 Slim SASs on here, there's not a lot of M.2s on here. So it would have been nice to see at least one more M.2 instead of like just 2 of them. So I think that's kind of a weird choice. But this is definitely, it feels more like it is meant to be used for like a small business or an enterprise type environment, like SMB space, as opposed to somebody using it in their home. Just because it lacks a lot of M.2 on the board. And it has a 10 gig LAN, which is another thing that kind of points, oh, this really needs to be on like a small business local area network. And then it does have the 2.5 gig for like a direct internet connect, because most likely the internet connection is going to be like 1 gig or 2 gig max. But the home, like the local network could be on a 10 gig switched network. So there's that. So, I mean, that's kind of why there's dual network interfaces on here. So this one seems like it's a decent board. I just feel like this one is probably not one that I would use if I was trying to build like a home high-end desktop. So let's check the board again to see if you can add Thunderbolt. So let's look at this real close. So you have A channel, C channel, E channel, G channel. There's no B, there's no F, there's no H. Why? Because those are on Threadripper Pro. Threadripper Pro has all 8 channels of memory. Threadripper only has the 4 channels of memory. So these are the ones that they chose. Oh, I see it right there, number 34. Number 34 says TB1, and there's 5 pins. This stands for Thunderbolt, which means you can add Thunderbolt to this motherboard. Let's see, number 34. Let's see if I'm right. Number 34. Number 34, 5-pin Thunderbolt add-in card connector. So as I expected, you can add full Thunderbolt 4 to this ASRock TRX50 WS. So that's perfect for workstation purposes. And that would go in, what, this one, I think? Or this one? I don't know. One of the ones in the middle was for the Thunderbolt card. So I think if you're buying into the Threadripper Pro, they automatically give you Thunderbolt or USB 4 literally on the motherboard, like on the higher end Ryzen. Well, actually, like all X870E have USB 4, and all of Z890 has Thunderbolt 4. So it's kind of like that now. But whereas Threadripper, it's kind of like if the user's never going to use USB 4, then why dedicate 4 lanes to USB 4 if they're never going to make use of it? If they're using a specific like workstation use case that's never going to leverage USB 4, then give them back the lanes. So that's kind of why this is the way it is. Okay, so that is the WS TRX50 from ASRock. Let's look at the well, I guess let's look at the higher end one. All right, so this one is less relevant to what we're talking about on this stream, but this one I guess is like the extreme version of this. So you have the WRX90 Workstation Evo. This is meant for Threadripper Pro. And the way I can tell is I see 8 memory slots on this motherboard. And that is not 2 DPC. That is still 1 DPC. But because there are 8 memory channels, you get 1 stick of memory per channel. And this is the reason why Threadripper can handle DDR5 8000 on like all 8 sticks populated, running at legit 8000 speed. You cannot do this on a mainstream motherboard because there's just not enough memory channels because you're running 1 DPC. So like, for example, on Ryzen or on Intel Core, you can do 2 sticks at DDR5 8000, but you can't do 4. You know why? Because you cannot do 2 DIMMs on 1 channel at 8000. Threadripper doesn't do 2 sticks on 1 channel. Threadripper only does 1 stick on 1 channel, which is much, much easier for the memory controller to handle. It is less stressful on the memory controller, and that is the reason why Threadripper can literally run 4 sticks of DDR5 at full 8000 speed. Because it's less stressful than trying to do it on Ryzen. It's easier. It's just straight up easier. All right, we forgot to look at the I/O on the back of this one. So on this one, it looks like you get the clear CMOS, the BIOS, the Wi-Fi. What is this? 2, 4. You get what is that? 3, 4 10 gig Type A, 1 10 gig Type C, 1 20 gig Type C, and then you get 3 5 gigs. So what is that? 2, 4, 6. You get 6 Type A, 2 Type C. You can add 2 more 40 gig USB-C via the add-in card for Thunderbolt 4. 10 gig LAN plus 2.5 gig LAN. Optical audio. So it has like the basic things for like a regular desktop, but it is a high-end desktop. This one is surprising. Like they don't have... So wait, this one doesn't have the I/O shroud? This one's old school. This one expects you to plug in the I/O thing on the back of the case, like it's 2015. I'm not sure why they don't have a shroud on there. To me, that's kind of disappointing. Like you would think that at this price point, that's something that the user doesn't have to deal with. They do have a dedicated heat. They got like really robust cooling on the VRM though, because they've got like lots of fans on this thing. And lots of PCIe. So this is the full 128 lanes of Gen 5. And hence the reason why this one is definitely meant for Threadripper Pro. I don't think... Yeah, the postcode's in the good spots up there in the top right. That's where I like to see it. It looks like it's got 1, 2, or maybe 3 M.2s all in a row. And so it looks like you got 3 on the board, and then you've got Slim SAS, another Slim SAS. I can see them there, and you got like 4 SATA. 2 of them are right angled, 2 of them are not. Some PCIe supplemental power. I see a Thunderbolt header down there, so it has a Thunderbolt header down there. So the super high-end one also can allow you to add USB 4. But I don't understand why this is here. But anyway, this one is not as relevant to the segment that we're talking about, so I just kind of want to like show it briefly. Lots of connectivity. I don't know who would use this, to be honest. I don't know what the use case is for this, besides a lot of virtualization. But I wonder if someone's going to do this. Like, is it worth doing this, or is it worth just buying like a Lenovo ThinkStation at that point? Okay, let's look at Gigabyte next. So Gigabyte has the Aero D. The Aero D is a unique board that went through lots of revisions over the past year and a half now. So when it first launched, there was the revision 1.0. The 1.0 had a problem where it could not use S3 Sleep for whatever reason. It required you to RMA the motherboard to get either a Rev 1.1 or a Rev 1.2. And they came out with 1.1 like really, really fast. And 1.2 was like 2 months, 3 months after launch. So what I've heard is Rev 1.2 has better memory support. So like you can run DDR5 8000. Check out the Level 1 Tech's YouTube channel for more information on the Aero D specifically, because Wendell did a lot of testing with the Aero D. He has two. He has the Rev 1.1 and the Rev 1.2, and there are differences. So the Rev, I forget which one. One of them could do like DDR5 8000 legit, like all sticks populated, 100% stable. The other one, he said he had some kind of like, maybe it was the older one, I don't know. But, you know, if you're someone who wants to run Threadripper at like DDR5 8000, you can totally do that with this board. The problem is this board, especially if you're going to run a liquid cooling setup, this board does not have any active cooling on the VRM, which means the DDR5 memory is going to run relatively hot because the VRM around it is going to radiate a lot of heat off of these heat sinks. And on top of that, the Threadripper socket itself, the cold plate, is going to radiate a lot of heat locally. So the RAM is kind of like stuck in a bad spot where it's surrounded by the top VRM and the socket, blasting all this heat around it. And then the lower RAM is right next to the GPU, which if you're doing something with the GPU is going to be radiating a whole bunch of heat as well. So the problem with the Aero D in particular is that the memory could thermally throttle. RDIMMs are designed for stability. So rather than throw a bunch of errors or blue screens or have some kind of application crash, they can't have that on Threadripper. Threadripper is all about reliability. So what will end up happening is your RAM will actually thermally throttle and you will lose performance in subtle ways. Wendell did a really good video on this, so definitely check that out. But I wonder if a lot of that testing, because he did a lot of testing on the Aero D in particular, the Aero D is the only Threadripper motherboard that does not have active cooling on the board. We just looked at ASRock. ASRock has a bunch of cooling fans on the VRM, and it's like, yeah, they're not directly cooling the RAM, but the fact that you have airflow, you have localized airflow in close proximity to the RAM, it does actually help. So that is something to keep in mind. So ASRock does have a lot of local cooling on the board. And this is another place where an air cooler like the Noctua that I personally use helps with keeping the memory cool, because the two Noctua fans are in close proximity to the RAM, and they actually provide what I call auxiliary airflow across your memory sticks. So that's why air coolers do have an indirect role on helping keep your RAM temperatures lower versus running an AIO and just having like nothing cooling the RAM. And RDIMMs typically don't have heat spreaders for some weird reason, which I don't really understand why. Because I know there are RDIMMs that do have heat spreaders, but a lot of RDIMMs do not have, like server memory typically doesn't have heat spreaders. So that could be another reason why the RAM is prone to thermal throttling. But it also depends on what the voltage is, how fast the memory is running. So he did mention that DDR5 8000 is more likely to thermal throttle with these RDIMMs because DDR5 8000 requires higher voltage, like 1.4 volts, for example, and it is going to run hotter, and there's no heat spreader. And if you're on something like this, there's no local fans to at least help move some of the air, unless you have an air cooler. So, or you have a fan, like a custom fan setup for the actual sticks. So, just something to be aware of with the Aero D. That being said, the Aero D is the most, what I'll say, normal looking motherboard. Like, it is still EATX, but it is the most normal looking in the sense that it's like, oh, it doesn't have any fans on the motherboard. It's all passively cooled, and it has good chunky heat sinks for the VRMs. It has full 16 lanes for all 3 PCIe slots. So yeah, all 3 of these are X16 Gen 5 for the first one and the second one, and then the bottom one is 16 lanes of Gen 4. So this one, the downside of the Aero D, from my point of view, is that it doesn't have, it will not benefit somebody who is on a Threadripper 9000 to the full extent of what the 9000 series offers. Now, what do I mean by that? Remember that the Threadripper 9000 allows for up to 88 lanes of PCIe connectivity. Now, let's do the block diagram on the Aero D real quick in Paint. So I guess we're going to delete all this stuff that I drew. Let's get rid of all of this. So let's actually derive this one in Paint, because I think people like it when I draw the motherboard. So actually what I'll do is, yeah, so let's do this. Let me put this over here. Okay. I'll put this thing here. Okay, so you've got the Threadripper, which is a big socket. Yeah, the big Threadripper. And then you've got, so we're going to call this the Gigabyte TRX50 Aero D. You have STR5, that's the socket. And then, like we always do, we have the chipset. Now, remember, this is a single chipset. There's none of this dual chipset stuff like on the regular Ryzen. It's one big chipset for one. Well, it's one chipset, but you'll find that it doesn't actually have a whole lot of stuff because the CPU does so much in terms of the connections. So here we have PCIe Gen 5. And what we'll do is on the left, we'll do PCIe Gen 5. And we'll do PCIe Gen 4. And then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, signifying all 4 memory channels. So you have, for simplicity, I know they don't actually use A, B, C, and D. But just to keep things simple, we're just going to say RDIMM DDR5 channels. So you have 4 channels. So remember, guys, if you guys remember with Ryzen and Intel Core, when you put together your computer, you know when you're installing the RAM, you know how it's A1, A2, B1, B2? That doesn't exist on Threadripper. Threadripper doesn't do A1, A2, B. No, it does A, B, C, D. Do you know why it's letters and not letter number? Because it's literally quad channel. It's in the definition. A is the first channel, B is the second channel, C is the third channel, and D is the fourth channel, hence the term quad channel memory. Now, when we draw a Ryzen diagram, if we're doing a regular Ryzen, let's say we're doing like AM5. AM5, if this is AM5, AM5 only has 2 memory channels. So what does it do? How do you get 4 sticks of RAM? Well, you gotta have what's called a T topology, and no one really uses T topology anymore. This is called a T topology, where you have channel A1, A2. That's still only one channel. That is single channel. That is channel A. Now, the alternative, which is how most modern motherboards do this, is to do something called daisy chain topology. Daisy chain means I have my channel, my first group of my first channel, so channel A, this is A1, or A2 actually, and then you have the second channel on the daisy chain. It is in a chain. It's chained together. So you have A2, well actually no, A1, and you have A2. Why is it, if A2 is further away than A1, why is it that the motherboard instructions say that you have to plug your stick, your first memory stick, in A2, not A1? Why is that? Who can tell me why it works that way? Why can't I plug my... If I'm only going to do 2 sticks of RAM, why do I have to use A1, A2 and B2 instead of A1 and B1? Who can tell me the answer as to why that is? Let's see, who knows the reason for that? Why is it A2, B2? Well, they both go directly to the CPU. You can see how I've drawn it. These are all connected to the CPU. Now the question is, why do I need to plug it into A2 and B2 instead of A1 and B1? Meaning, why do I have to plug in the memory sticks, the slots that are furthest away from the CPU? These have a longer trace. It's a longer run because it's daisy chained. Meaning I gotta go through A1 to get to A2. Why? RK got it. It's the endpoint. It's the endpoint. It is known as the circuit. The chat is covering this up. That's funny. Circuit termination point. The electrical circuit needs to terminate and return back to the CPU. You have to terminate the wire somewhere. And A2 is at the end of the line. You can't go like halfway and turn around. That's not how it works. It has to traverse the circuit. You got to complete the electrical circuit and come back. That's why. A2 and B2 are at the end of the termination line. You gotta go, you gotta complete the electrical circuit. Otherwise, you have an open circuit. You gotta have a closed connection. You gotta close up that circuit. That's why. This is nothing to do with Threadripper, but this explains why. This is the answer as to why you use A2 and B2 and not A1 and B1. If you plug A1 and B1, if you only have 2 sticks of RAM, and you plug them into A1 and B1, your computer's not going to post. It's not going to post. Unless you have a T topology memory architecture on your motherboard. Because if you have a T topology, if you've got T topology, that means you have a T. You have two. Dude, what the... You have this. you have this thing. You have A1, A2. That means both of them terminate. It means I can plug my RAM in A1 and it will work. It'll boot up. So here's the trick. If you want to know if you have a T topology, if you want to test your motherboard to see if it's T topology, plug your two sticks in A1 and B1 and see if it'll boot up. See if it'll boot up. If it boots up, you have T topology on your motherboard. If it doesn't boot up, you have daisy chain topology. So that's like a secret technique to determine what type of memory layout your AM5 or your Intel whatever motherboard, not Threadripper, because Threadripper is, you know, quad channel, that's completely different. You plug any of these in, it's going to work, because you're automatically terminating the circuit for each channel. But that is the difference between daisy chain and T topology. Daisy chain requires that you plug the memory. You must terminate the full line first. You can add these components second, but you cannot do A1, B1 by themselves. T topology doesn't care. You can do either one. So anyway, let's get off of this one. Let's remove all this stuff. That was an interesting little sidebar conversation. I don't even know why we went there. But anyway, so that's the RDIMM. It has 4 quad channel. There's no A1, A2. No, it's A, B, C, D. All right. There is only A. There's no A1. There's no A2. It's only A. All right, so then we have PCIe 5.0. And then on here, you got a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff here. You have the PCIe. I don't know what they call it. We're just gonna say E1. And then you have PCIe 2. Both of them are X16. Gen 5. So you got, so right off the bat, 32 lanes. Full fat 32 lanes of Gen 5 right there. You can already run on an Aero D. You can already run dual 5090s at full Gen 5 X16 each. Now the problem is going to be finding two 5090s that can fit in close proximity without the top one completely thermal throttling or completely blocking the second slot for the second card. But you can run two 5090s at full Gen 5 X16. All right, and then in addition to that, you have a bunch of M.2s. So there's like, what, 3 M.2s, I believe? Man, the Aero D is like jam-packed. 4, 4, 4. So you have M2A, M2B, and M2C. So you got 3 Gen 5 SSDs right there. So what is that? 32 plus 12? That's already 44 lanes. So there you go. 44 lanes of Gen 5. Or did I say 48? I meant 44. So this is 44 lanes. Remember, Threadripper 7000 is maxed out at 48 lanes of Gen 5. And that means that this motherboard is designed to be used with a 7000 series Threadripper, a Zen 4 based Threadripper. It doesn't provide more than 44 Gen 5 lanes. Now, it does have a bunch of PCIe 4.0 lanes, though, which we're about to look at. And I wish I drew this. I need to probably redraw that line. But anyway, so now we have PCIe 4.0. And here, I'll just put this over here, I guess. So on this one, It's pretty straightforward. There's not as many things connected here. So you have the third PCIe, so your bottom PCIe slot, which is a Gen 4 full X16 lanes. And then you have another M.2. So you have 4 lanes of Gen 4 for the final M2D. So the fourth M.2. So the nice thing about the Aero D, and this is why I say that the Aero D is the most normal Threadripper board, because it has 4 M.2 drives physically on the motherboard. You don't have to do slim SAS. So none of those shenanigans with slim SAS or any add-in cards. You don't have to do add-in cards. You can do an add-in card. You can do a bifurcated quad card and add 4 more Gen 4 SSDs down here if you wanted to do that. You could even do like 4 Gen 5 SSDs if you wanted on here. But I feel like these are definitely more for like GPUs. So the nice thing about it, 4 M.2s, 3 are Gen 5, the 4th is Gen 4. So that's totally fine. And then you have your chipset lanes down here, and that's typically going to consist of your SATA, your networking, USB, all that kind of stuff. So the 10 gig LAN, those things. So on here we have Wi-Fi takes 1 lane, the 10 gig LAN takes 2 lanes, the 2.5 gig takes 1 lane, and then over here you have 1, 2, 3, 4 SATA, and they also do a USB 4 controller on here, so they got 4 more lanes here for the Intel. So you've got Wi-Fi 7, you have 10 gig, you have 2.5 gig, and you have USB 4. But this is a special one, so we're going to illustrate that. So down here, the Aero D, unless they have like a newer, as far as I know, even the 1.2 revision is using Intel's Thunderbolt controller. So it does not use the ASM. It uses JHL 8540, also known as Maple Ridge. This is Intel's Thunderbolt 4 controller. So this is going to give you your dual 40 gigabit USB-C or USB Type 4 on the back. And in terms of lanes, this is going to be, how did I do it? Like this: 1 lane, 2 lanes, 1 lane, 4 lanes. This is PCIe 3 or 4.0. They're saying 4.0, but it could be, they could get away with doing this on 3.0. And then over here on the PCIe 3.0, they have 4 SATA. So you've got SATA 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 PCIe lane can be converted to 1 SATA interface. So that's typically how they do it. And that's it. That's the TRX 50 Aero D from Gigabyte. This is a really nice standard board. I will also say this is the least expensive Threadripper motherboard. This one is typically, the retail price is $599. Yes, this Threadripper motherboard is cheaper than a lot of flagship AM5 motherboards. So this is a good mix of, like, it gives you, you know, like 4 M.2s, dual GPU or triple GPU. You got Thunderbolt 4 on here, or USB 4 built in, so you don't have to deal with an add-in card. You got 4 SATA, that's pretty standard. You got Wi-Fi 7, 10 gig LAN. It's a really nice board for creators. Hence the reason why Gigabyte calls it the Aero D Creator or something like that. I think that's how they market it. If we go back to the actual website here, let's see here. Let's see what they say on the website. Key features. Yeah, it says on the box, perfect for design and AI. They used to say something different. They added that AI thing on the new box art. The original box art, I don't think said AI. Maybe if RK still has the box for the Aero D, maybe you can check if the box says perfect for design and AI. I don't think the AI part was on there. Maybe I'm wrong, Maybe I'm not remembering it that well, but I could have sworn it did not say AI on the box. But this is, I think personally, if someone is trying to stay on a strict budget for Threadripper, the Aero D is probably a solid choice. Oh, and RQ saying doesn't have optical audio. Oh yeah, we need to look at the back of it. Yeah, let's look at the back. Okay, so it has, yeah, it doesn't have optical audio. Yeah, that is kind of weird. So it has the dual 40 gigabit USB 4. It has a lot of USB Type A, which is nice to see. 2, 4, 6, 8 USB Type A, 10 gig, 2.5 gig. It does have the full Intel Thunderbolt 4 spec, so you have your DisplayPort input. So you can like plug your GPU into this DisplayPort input, and you can output from the USB 4 via DisplayPort alt mode to a Thunderbolt enabled monitor. If you wanted to do that, you could daisy chain as well with data. So really, really nice stuff. This is definitely something for creators. And then it has the Wi-Fi 7, and it has the BIOS flashback button. It does not have a clear CMOS on the back, but I believe it does have a clear CMOS button physically on the board, but it's somewhere on the board. It is actually down here at the bottom right of the board. There is a clear CMOS button, but it would have been nicer if the clear CMOS was on the back for convenience. Oh, the original does say, okay, so I was wrong. So they didn't actually change the box art. I could have sworn the box art looked a little bit different, but okay. I think this is a solid choice for those who are looking to get into Threadripper on a strict budget. So what do I mean by that? That means the lowest, the cheapest motherboard, which would be this, the cheapest CPU, which would be what I have here, so this, the 24 core, plus the Aero D, plus either 96 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes of RDIMM DDR5 at like 5600 or whatever, JDAC. I think that would be like the cheapest way to get into the Threadripper ecosystem. AI for the win. Yeah, but this one's a solid board. I mean, this one actually has, I think, 8 SATA ports. Did I see that correctly? Hold on. Does it have 8 SATA? It looks like it has... Oh, no, I think it has 2 and 2. I think it's 2 and 2. 4 SATA? Yeah, I think it's 4 SATA. It's not 8 SATA. Oh, no, it is 8 SATA. It is 8 SATA. You know why? Okay, there's something that I missed on the block diagram. Hold on a second. I forgot something. So they're actually doing... They actually do more. They actually have 4 more. 4 more lanes. 4 more lanes. 4 more. For more SATA. SATA 5, 6, 7, 8. I probably have them in backwards order. It doesn't really matter. You get 8 SATA ports on this board. This is excellent for creators. That's good. So that's pretty good. You have 40 gigabit. I don't know. I'll just say USB 4 down here or whatever. You guys get it. You get 4 with DP alt mode. But you need to take the DisplayPort input if you want to output to a Thunderbolt motherboard using this. So it does have the ability to do that. Okay, so this is actually good for creators because you can do 4 M.2, 8 SATA. Most people don't like a lot of SATA these days, but you could. You could do like legacy spindle storage down here. SATA SSDs up here, or just everything SATA SSD if you don't like spindle hard drives anymore. But the fact that you still have 8 SATA is actually pretty unique in 2025 for a motherboard. It has full Thunderbolt built in, that's nice. And, you know, it has a really good amount of connectivity. It doesn't do anything fancy. It doesn't have Slim SAS. It doesn't have MCIO. But you know what? A lot of people probably prefer that. A lot of people don't want to mess with Slim SAS if they don't have to. Do you really want to buy U.3 cables and, you know, plug those in on the back and buy enclosures and stuff. Most people would probably prefer to just run their SSDs natively on the board. And the fact that you can do triple Gen 5, and guess what, guys? No lane sharing. No lane sharing. No lane sharing. Just full connectivity. Load those SATA drives up with some Iron Wolf. Yeah, you could do a lot, man. You could do a lot. So I actually think this is a really nice board. $600. It's cheaper than a Crosshair Hero. It's cheaper than a Crosshair Hero. It's $100 less than the X870E Crosshair Hero. I can tell you right now, it's less than the MSI Meg Ace. Even the upcoming X870E. And it's like no lane sharing, and it's cheaper than the Crosshair. And there's no shenanigans. There's no like weird like, oh, if I want a fourth M.2, I gotta buy a slim SAS adapter. Like, you don't have to do any of that. So I actually really like that about this board. For a proper storage server, you would be using. Well, the way I look at this is the type of computer that somebody could buy or build this desktop, this high-end desktop, and they could literally just use this computer for 5 years. Like, even if they were on like 7000 series, even if they were still on 7000 series, they could load this thing up, fully load up the storage over the years. You know what I mean? Just, if you run out of storage, buy another SSD, or buy a SATA SSD, or buy a spindle drive, or whatever. I mean, the spindle drives are dirt cheap these days, unless you're buying like the super, like, what, 12 terabyte, 14 terabyte. So, you know, this is really good. It's got all the future-proof technology. It's got Wi-Fi 7. It's got the full-fat 320 megahertz Wi-Fi 7. It's got the 10 gigabit Marvell, 2.5 gig LAN for the uplink to the internet. It supports the full Thunderbolt 4 Intel, because it's literally using the Intel controller, not the ASMedia one. So, although the ASMedia one is technically better because it's Gen 4, this is actually Gen 3, which means even though this is Gen 4, it's actually running it down-regulated at Gen 3 speed. But who cares? It's whatever. You know, it's 40 gigabit USB. It's really nice, man. You can run 3 5090s. You can run 3 5090s. And guess what? All 3 5090s are running at full 16. Okay, well, this one's running at Gen 4. This one's running at Gen 4. But hey, it's still full 16 lanes. It's none of that X8 nonsense. No, it's still full X16. You know, 16 lanes of Gen 4. That's still nothing to scoff at. And then you've got like the full dual 5090s up here, running at full fat 16. Man, that's good. That's the really good stuff right there. That's what I mean by true high-end. This is an example of true high-end desktop. This is a true HEDT motherboard because there's no lane sharing and it's quad channel memory. You know, like you got 8 SATA. When do you see 8 SATA these days? It's because it got so much bandwidth. It has so many lanes. It doesn't matter. Just throw whatever on there. Just throw things on there, you know, and just whatever. Really good board. Having a power supply that can power a Threadripper with 3 600-watt GPUs on a single PSU. Okay. Actually, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Fake Frames just mentioned something really interesting. The power supply. So, the Aero D. Now, I got to go back and look at it again. So the Aero D is single power supply only. You can only do one power supply on this motherboard. That is a great segue into these higher end boards. So we did talk about the ASRock. The ASRock motherboard supports dual power supplies. You have your power cables up here on the top left. You have your power cables on the top right. You have your 24 pin right here. So I'm pretty sure these are, this is using a PCIe with the conversion. Or maybe it's elemental. I don't know. Okay, maybe this is not dual power supply. Is this one? I don't know. I only see one 24 pin on both of these. So maybe these aren't what I'm thinking of. But that is a great point. That is a great point. Good luck having a power supply that can power a Threadripper CPU with 3 600-watt GPUs. Now, that is a great segue into enter ASUS. ASUS enters the chat with the Pro WS TRX 50 Sage Wi-Fi. This motherboard supports dual power supplies. You can connect 2 full ATX or ATX 3.1 or whatever power supplies to the Sage. It has full support. In fact, you can see, let's see, do they have like a picture? Do they explain it? Because that would help me out here. Okay, yeah, right here. Check this out on the right hand side. Look at that. Dual 24 pins. Dual 24 pins plus dual EPS plus it has a converter cable. 2 converter cables. You have an EPS over here. You have an EPS over here. You have a specific cable that comes in the box with the motherboard to convert an 8-pin PCIe on your power supply to an EPS 12 volt that plugs in to this motherboard. So the Sage supports dual power supplies. And someone's wondering, people are probably wondering, like, why do you need 2 power supplies? Well, look at what Fake Frames just said. Good luck having a power supply that can power a Threadripper with 3 600-watt GPUs. So the name of the game is you don't use 1 power supply. You use 2 1,500-watt or 1,600-watt power supplies. You plug them both into the Sage, and then you just use all the breakout 12-volt, high power, whatever stuff for both of them for the 5090 GPUs. So that is an example of why it uses dual power supplies. The other thing too is redundancy. So if you guys, any of you who are familiar with the server world, we talked about the tier list of computers. Servers are up there in S tier. They're off by themselves. Servers typically have redundant power supplies. So for the servers, it is a no-brainer to have like 2 power supplies. So the Sage is getting awfully close into reaching into that upper echelon of existence in trying to use dual power supplies for redundancy. So you can do that with multiple power supplies. Now, the reason why the Sage is actually recommended for this is because it actually officially supports dual power supplies, unlike the Aero D, where technically I have heard of people, this was especially true for like people that were doing like crypto mining, for example. They would like bridge power supplies to try to like circumvent the capacity on one for like 8 GPUs. So to me, I don't really recommend doing that, but that is why the Sage exists, because when the Sage needs more power, it can basically basically load balance to the second unit if needed, depending on the utilization. Because it also has, I don't think this picture shows it, but the Sage also has, down here you can kind of see it. You can see it right here. You plug in more power connections on the board for auxiliary power. So for those multiple graphics cards. So it can support the wattage through all of these PCIe slots for all those peripherals that you're maxing out on the motherboard. So that's an example of why you would use dual power supplies, or like a motherboard that actually supports dual power supplies. So yeah, the Sage can do that. The Sage, you can see it's got the BIOS flashback and clear CMOS. Let's see, do they actually have like a good gallery? I don't know why they don't have a good gallery. Oh, just like the ASRock, it has active cooling on the VRM. These fans are near silent, you never hear them. And the other thing too is because of that extra airflow, the RAM sticks are getting some of that airflow. And if you have an air cooler plus these, you have pretty decent airflow for your RAM. So you don't have to worry about your RAM thermal throttling on the Sage or on the ASRock boards. Let's see. Yeah, they're talking about the Pro Cool 2 connectors. So this is basically the dual power supply onboard PCIe power connector. So you got an 8-pin and a 6-pin for power output stability with multiple graphics cards. When multiple graphics cards need to be installed. So that's why they're there. And you can see it has a slim SAS down here. There's that slim SAS, just like on the Crosshair Hero. Asus with their slim SAS, built for pros. There it is, quad channel. Each one of those memory sticks, each one of those memory slots supports up to DDR5 8000. So yes, you can run 4 sticks of DDR5 at 8000 on this motherboard. It has the memory traces. It's in close proximity. There's barely any distance between those and the actual pins on the socket. Full ECC RDIMM only. You cannot use UDIMM with Threadripper. Ultra fast. Okay, it keeps talking about multi-GPU. So what I know about this is the top slot is full Gen 5 X16. The second slot is also Gen 5 X16. We'll do the block diagram here in a second. The third slot is Gen 5 X8. The fourth slot is Gen 4 X4 for USB 4 add-in cards. We've done a video on that with this particular board. And then you have a Gen 4 X16 at the very bottom. So you could run one, two, you could do like 4 graphics cards. You can do 4 or 5, but typically 4 graphics cards on this motherboard. You'd have one on the top, one on the second, one on the third, and one on the fourth. And if they're all dual slot, they'll all fit nicely. You will not be able to use that X4 slot, though, if you have a GPU plugged into this third slot. And that GPU will run at X8 because that is an X8 slot. All the other 3 are full X16. Okay, Wi-Fi 7. And then on the back, 10 gig plus 2.5. So very similar to the Aero D. The one thing that it does not have, that the Aero D does have, is USB 4 or /Thunderbolt. So if you wanted Thunderbolt, you have to add it via an add-in card, which we've already done a video on that. And then BIOS flashback. I like that it has the clear CMOS on the back. It has a 20 gigabit USB on the back. It also has a 20 gigabit USB header for the front panel if your case supports 20 gig USB. And then it has the optical audio. It has 6 10 gig Type A and 2 2.0. One of them is the one for BIOS flashback. And then your typical microphone in and line out. So very standard stuff on the back there. It has that Marvell 10 gig Ethernet. Intel 2.5 gig for those who like the Intel network interfaces over the Realtek ones. So it's got that Intel 2.5 gig. Yes, it's got Intel networking on an AMD Threadripper board. Ultra fast connectivity, plenty of high-speed USB. So there's that 20 gig USB-C that I was talking about for a front panel. So this is a really good motherboard to pair up with the Asus ProArt PA602 case. That is currently my favorite computer case. So this is an excellent choice for that specific case, because that case has a front panel 20 gigabit USB-C. And I personally use that all the time when copying my YouTube videos from my camera to edit using the front panel USB-C, because that 20 gigabit is really, really fast. So that's just an example right there. It also has like the quick charge. You can do a quick charge up to 27 watts to charge devices faster than previous types. So you can see like all of these features that you're getting on these Threadripper boards are very much like centered for people who are going to use their computer for like work, for actual work purposes, not for just playing games, not for playing Elden Ring, Night Rain, Monster Hunter Wilds, Fortnite, Indiana Jones, Call of Duty, Minecraft. It's not for those type of workloads. It's meant for doing actual work. That being said, you can still game on Threadripper. And here's the reality, guys. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, Threadripper is not for gaming. Yeah, it's not for gaming. But you know what? Here's the thing that no one ever really talks about. Although I will say, I think it was either Derbauer or Paul from Paul's Hardware. Someone in their review, I think it was Derbauer. Yeah, I think it was Derbauer. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe it was someone else. But anyway, the people that, like, one of the reviewers yesterday said, and I agree with them 100% on this statement, because they literally described exactly how I use Threadripper. They said that like, Threadripper's not the fastest in gaming, but it doesn't have to be, because most of the time, the people who use Threadripper are on like 4K monitors. They're on 4K monitors. And as soon as I heard that, I was like, thank you for stating the unstated obvious thing about people who are on Threadripper. People who are using their PC for productivity are, most of them, especially if they're an enthusiast and they use their computer for work, are most likely on a 4K monitor. Why? Because 4K, we've had this discussion before. I'll say it again. Having a 4K monitor is like having a big house. Having a 1440p monitor is like having a small house. And having a 1080p monitor is like having a shoebox for a house. Or something like that. You know, like, it's like, if you have a 4K monitor, you have so much screen real estate. Keyword, screen real estate, because you use your PC for work, for actual work. So you want the high resolution monitor. So people who have Threadripper are typically on 4K monitors. So if you're gaming on a 4K monitor, you're far less likely to be CPU bound compared to being GPU bound. Hence the reason why most people that buy into Threadripper and they're going to play games on it, regardless of what the reviewers say, they don't care, because they're gaming at 4K anyway. So it's like, who cares? Because they're probably using some super high-end, high VRAM. I'm talking like 24 gigabyte minimum graphics card, you know, like a 7900 XTX or better. You're either on a 7900 XTX, or you're on a 4090, or you're on a 5090, or you're on some professional GPU that has so much VRAM, you don't care like what people say about the gaming performance at that point. Because you don't care, because you're using your computer for work. And that's exactly what Threadripper's for. So I like that this Sage board also has thermal pads on the top and bottom of the Gen 5 SSDs. You can see that there. I like how they actually show that. You can see the chipset down there underneath the second Gen 5 SSD. There's a third SSD slot. I believe this one is a Gen 4. We're going to do the block diagram here in a little bit. But this one does not have a thermal pad on the underside. Embrace next generation USB 4. Faster than ever and future-proof. Once connected to this motherboard's onboard USB 4 header, the USB 4 expansion card, which we did an entire video about last year, about a year ago, will enable bi-directional speeds of up to 40 gigabit and provide ample power to fast charge devices. So yeah, that is true. And actually, if you guys watched my video that I uploaded today for the Threadripper unboxing, in the BIOS section, I show you how to enable USB 4, because this is not on by default. So if you install the USB 4 card and it's not working for you, that's because you didn't go in the BIOS and actually turn on the card. I don't know why Asus has it off by default. I think they should just, you know, detect if the card's there. If it's there, enable it. Like, I don't know why they force the user into going into the BIOS just to turn on the USB 4 card. So you got to go in and manually turn it on, and then it'll work. So to enable PCIe tunneling. So yeah, high storage capacity, you get 4 SATA. So lots of really good connectivity. No lane sharing. Just tons of connectivity. There's that slim SAS. Slim SAS, there it is. Everybody's favorite thing. Okay, here's where it gets into like the SMB space. So small medium businesses. It has remote control solutions. So you have an IPMI expansion card. This is typically for IT dedicated teams to be able to do remote management of the system. So like this is something that the average user in their home, like if you're just going to use Threadripper as your primary workstation in your house, you're probably never going to mess with this thing. But this is definitely for like, let's say a small company builds like 8 of these Threadripper desktops for their employees for whatever. Like let's say it's like some AI startup company or whatever. Then the IPMI could be a useful add-on. This thing would have to take up one of the PCIe slots. So most likely they plug this into the X4 because this is only an X1. You can see by looking at this is an X1. So you probably plug it into the X4 slot, but then you lose your USB 4. So you probably plug this into the X8 slot, but I don't know. This is kind of like it would have been nice if this was, I get why they don't integrate this into the motherboard because of the cost would go up and most people don't need this. But it is something that Asus offers though for remote management. And of course, Asus software stack for the Pro Series. I don't know how much of this overlaps with their ProArt brand. Technically, Pro Series is not ProArt. It's like a separate brand. This is more of like a professional brand, and ProArt is more of like a consumer art type, creative type. So I don't know. Like, to me, they should be the same brand, but they're not. And then they've got the cooling for the 10 gig LAN. So that's actually really nice that they have that. So it doesn't thermal throttle if it's under full load. Like if you're doing like constant file transfers to and from a NAS over 10 gig LAN, it is nice to have this depending on how long and how often and how frequently you're doing file transfers over the network. So that's actually really nice. So overall, the Sage, you guys can tell like this is probably a really good choice. I like that the CMOS battery is easy to get to. It's literally right there in plain sight. Yeah, it has it doesn't have that weird thing that can scratch the GPU that they introduced on the current like AM5 and Intel motherboards. So it doesn't have that thing, thankfully, but I wish it had like a button for just the top GPU slot or something, because it's kind of like, oh, I'm going back to like 2018, it feels like, with not having the lever or the button or anything when it comes time to swap GPUs on this platform. That was a feature. You'd actually take the Strix E over the ProArt? I would too. ProArt is a wannabe thing. The ProArt is a wannabe? What? That sounds so weird. What? I like that you still get the toolless M.2s though. You still get that part, so that's nice. Yeah. So this is a really good motherboard, but it's a very expensive one. This is a $900 motherboard. $899 is the retail price for those that didn't know. So it's a very, very expensive motherboard. But hey, it's still cheaper than the Extreme. The Crosshair Extreme is $1,000. This thing's $100 less than the Crosshair Extreme. And it has like way more PCIe connectivity. Like completely different ball game, not even the same universe. So this looks like a steal of a deal compared to the Crosshair Extreme in terms of like how much connectivity you're getting on this thing. It's definitely a better deal than the Godlike. I'll tell you that. The Godlike's like $1,100. This thing is $900. So this is $200 less than the Godlike. And it doesn't have the fancy panel that I had to RMA, but maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Asus Pro WS TRX 56. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. Do you guys want me to do the block diagram of this, or are we good on this board? Basically, everything connects to the CPU except for like the X4 and the networking stuff and the SATA. RK's asking where are the new Threadripper. Okay, you're asking for the new ones. Okay, let's start talking about the new ones. All right. The first new one that we're going to talk about is called, here it is, the Pro WS TRX50 Sage Wi-Fi A. This is a brand new Threadripper motherboard for the 9000 series Threadripper. So this one is designed for the 9000 series, meaning it is designed to take advantage of those 80 plus PCIe lanes that the 9000 series non-pro Threadripper CPUs offer. So, if you're looking for this one, there is a link to this motherboard in the description of this very live stream. So if you open up the live stream's description and you scroll down where it says recommended TRX50 motherboards, the very first one that I have listed is this very motherboard. And it says in parentheses, new version. So I have the link to it from Newegg. Currently, Newegg is the only one that has the product listing for this. This is not listed on Amazon. This is not listed on Micro Center. Newegg is the only one that has this listed. But let's talk about this one, because this one is definitely meant for those that are not upgrading. This is for people who are literally going to do a brand new Threadripper build, and they're looking to build a true high-end desktop. This is probably the best choice for them, and we're going to talk about it right now. So here we go. You guys can see here, it's got thick heat sinks. There's one here up at the top. There's two more down here. I don't know if what's in between here. I guess that might actually be... Let's take a look, actually. So I don't actually know. This is my first time looking at this. So we have what looks like... That looks like a heatsink for something, the chipset. That doesn't look like it's for an M.2. And then you have... Okay, look, right there. Between the first and second PCIe slots, you have a Gen 5... M.2 with the toolless connector. And then you got another one, and then you got another one. So you got three of them, 3 SSD slots between each PCIe slot. So you got 3 right there, and it looks like you might have 2 more right here, because there is a pull tab to the right of where it says Pro Series, which means that's probably either another M.2 or maybe 2 M.2s. And then you can see Slim SAS. You got Slim SAS again. Everyone's favorite Slim SAS, 4 SATA. And you got active cooling on the VRM, just like on the previous generation. There's that 20 gigabit USB. Some kind of weird ATX power. I don't know what that is. This one, this is single power supply, not dual power supply. See? Single 24 pin. And then you got your EPS up there. Man, I really hate how this mouse thing works. It's like, it's terrible. It's like every time I click on this, it's just awful. I'm trying to scroll to the top. So the one thing I like is the debug. The postcode debug is now in the correct spot. It is up there in the top right-hand corner, where it should be. The previous one had it way down at the bottom left side of the board. But you can see your EPS. That looks like a... Yeah, those are PCIe cables. Those are not EPS cables. So those are supplemental power. Your EPS is going to be up here. You got your EPS, 12 volts. And then you have... Well... Are those EPS? Okay, actually, yeah, no, I think they're all... Yeah, those are all EPS. Why does it say PCIe CPU, though? Oh, you know what? It is one of those weird things where, just like on the previous Sage, I bet in the box there's an adapter cable to convert PCIe on the power supply to additional EPS 12 volt. I bet that's in there. Let's look. Right there, 4 pin to 24 pin. What the heck? I don't know what that, I don't know exactly what that's for. Maybe it still can allow you to do dual power supply? But no, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Maybe it still does dual power supply. Q connector. Some additional Q slides for M.2. You got some SATA cables. You got your DisplayPort to DisplayPort cable. Your extra Q latches. A D-frame fan bracket. That's interesting. That might be... Oh, that's DRAM. DRAM fan... Okay. So you can install... It gives you the ability to install a cooler for your RAM. Wow. Alright, let's look at the manual, actually. Let's see what do they say here. Workstation Wonderland. Maybe I should just draw the motherboard block diagram instead of going through all of this. Because I'm trying to understand, does this thing actually do dual power supply or not? I don't understand what that weird 24-pin to 4-pin ATX adapter is for. I really don't understand what that's for. The other thing, too, is there's no more VRM up here, which means they moved the socket up. It's higher up on the board, and the VRMs are on the left and the right only now. Yeah, VRM 20 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 power stages, delivering the power and efficiency that the latest Threadripper processors demand, and stability for extreme overclocking. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's that airflow for the VRM. Active VRM cooling. Okay. There, you still got your onboard power connectors. What else we got? ECC RDIMM memory for the best stability on the planet for data, to prevent data corruption. Very good. Prevention of system crashes and data corruption. Threadripper, it's very hard to blue screen a Threadripper, guys. It's very hard to blue screen a Threadripper. Because if you're trying to blue screen a Threadripper, the ECC RAM is going to work against you. It's going to do all it can to try to prevent the blue screen from happening. It is a different world. Being on Threadripper is like you live in a completely different part of society. It's like nothing like being on Ryzen and Intel Core. Okay, ultra fast connectivity. In fact, I don't even think I've ever seen a blue screen on Threadripper. Like, I've never heard of it. I mean, it probably can happen if someone completely messes up the like the PBO settings or something. I don't know. You'd have to go way out of your way to blue screen Threadripper. Like, if someone blue screens up, they're clearly doing something wrong. Okay, ultra fast connectivity, multi GPU support. You can put 4 graphics cards in here. Multi GPU, Wi-Fi 7, super good. That's the same antenna that comes with the crosshair. Ultra fast. Okay, so here's what's different. So they did change the back compared to the previous generation. So right off the bat, I can see you automatically get 40 gigabit USB 4. And this is most likely the ASMedia ASM 4242, meaning this uses the exact same USB 4 that you get on every single X870E and X870 motherboard. Meaning it's not using the older Intel Thunderbolt controller, which was only PCIe Gen 3. The ASMedia is PCIe Gen 4. So this one actually has more bandwidth than Intel's old Thunderbolt 4 controller. So this is the better solution. And you don't have to deal with buying an add-in card if you want USB 4. So that is a marked improvement. It would have been nice to see an additional, like a 20 gigabit USB-C on the back, like on the old motherboard. But I'm not really going to complain about that because now you have dual 40 gig. And both of these support DisplayPort alt mode, which means you can take your GPU and run the DisplayPort cable from the graphics card into your motherboard, into this DisplayPort input 1 or DisplayPort input 2. And by doing this, you can then connect the a Thunderbolt cable or a USB 4 certified cable from the 40 gig port directly to your monitor, provided your monitor supports a USB-C DisplayPort alt mode interface. So that is an option for this motherboard. In fact, you could do dual monitors up to 8K displays with this setup. You can also run it to an external docking station, which would then fan out to your monitors because it supports daisy chaining multiple devices via USB 4/Thunderbolt. So basically, whatever you could do with Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4, you can do with the USB 4 ports on the back of this motherboard. It's backwards compatible with Thunderbolt storage devices and Thunderbolt capture cards. We've already tested this on the channel with the ASM42 on X870E. So I already know all of that works out of the box. So that's really good news for the power users. It has a clear CMOS button on the back. It has a BIOS flashback button as well. It has the dedicated USB 2.0 Type A port for the BIOS flashback. Wi-Fi 7 antennas. You get 2, 4, 6, 10 gig. 6 10 gig Type A, just like the Crosshair Hero. And then you also get this 7th USB Type A. So technically you have 7 USB Type A's. One of them is only 2.0. And it's also for BIOS flashback. And then you have dual LAN, 10 gig LAN plus 2.5 gig LAN. So that's basically a carryover from the previous Sage. And one thing though, I do want to point out, unlike one thing that is missing on this board that was on the old Sage, if I go find the back of this guy, where is it? So check this out. So the old Sage has SPD out for optical audio. The new Sage does not have optical audio. So that is one thing that is missing on the newer board. But I guess, I'm pretty sure the reason why we're not seeing as many motherboards, newer motherboards, that have the optical audio is because I guess what they're doing is they're finding, the motherboard manufacturers are doing these market research studies and they're surveying people, their customers, whoever. They're going to events, they're surveying people, and they're figuring out that people aren't really utilizing optical audio, aka the Toslink connections for like a DAC or something, which is unfortunate because I really hate when I see features removed from motherboards. But we first saw, like, remember how every motherboard used to have the 5.1 analog audio? You had your subwoofer, you had your center, you had, some of them had the left, the right, or the rears, rear left, rear right. You had all of that on pretty much every motherboard, even low-end motherboards back in the day. Then they started taking those away, so you only had your line out, your mic in. That's pretty much universal at this point. It's very hard to find a motherboard that still has like the full analog 5.1. Now they're starting to remove the optical audio. So that is not that's not nice to see, but we saw this with the Aero D. The Aero D doesn't have optical audio. Now the new Sage doesn't have optical audio. But in exchange for that, you're getting built-in USB 4 with full DisplayPort input capability. So I don't know how I feel about that because I think about how with the old motherboard, I have SPD out, I have a 20 gig USB on the back, and technically I have more Type A. I have 8 Type A, whereas on the new one, I only have 7. So I'm missing a USB Type A, and I'm also missing optical audio, and I'm missing my 20 gigabit USB-C, but I'm giving up all of that for DisplayPort input and USB 4. But here's the kicker. The old motherboard allowed me to add USB 4 via an add-in card. So technically, if we include the addition of the add-in card, the older motherboard technically has more stuff. It technically has more stuff. Now, it's really going to come down to whether or not somebody is really, really going to use a lot of graphics cards versus if you're going to run single slot small production cards. Because if you're going to run 4 graphics cards on either of these, you're going to have to give up the USB 4 on the older motherboard. You also have you have clear CMOS on the new one. It's down. It's right here. It's a small button, but you have it. It's a small little clear CMOS here, and you have BIOS flashback. You got both of them on the new one. It's using the Strix. It's using the Strix buttons for some reason. The old one is using the crosshair buttons, but the new one is using the Strix buttons. I don't know why, but it is. So now you still have clear CMOS on there. So you still got the same. You still have the same internet stuff. You got the Quantia from Marvell for 10 gig. You have the Intel 2.5. So that's all carried over from the old one. So I don't know. It still does have the 20 gigabit with power delivery for the front panel. But again, you have to have an actual case that supports 20 gig to take advantage of this. Whereas the old motherboard, it offered that. But if you didn't have a case, you could still do 20 gigabit off the back. So, I don't know if I call that an upgrade. I guess the key advantage is that you don't have to deal with the add-in card. And I don't know. I mean, kind of, it's like, okay, that's nice. I don't have to think about buying an add-in card for USB 4. But I'm giving up optical audio. If I was someone that was using optical audio. Still has high capacity storage. One thing that is improved is you do now have, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, okay, here's where the new one starts pulling ahead. Because we were thinking, oh, the old one actually seems like it has more connectivity, plus the add-in card. Well, here's where the new one redeems itself and proves that it is superior. So check this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, what is that? 1, 2, 3, no, 4. What is this? Oh, that's for the heatsink. 4 M.2s. 4 M.2s. And 2 Slim SAS. 2 Slim SAS. The old one was 3 M.2s plus 1 Slim SAS. So already we have increased the M.2 by 1, and we've increased the Slim SAS by 1. So we've literally doubled our M.2 on the board. Or no, not double. We have we've doubled our Slim SAS, and we have gained like 33% in storage on the board. So that is actually nice. And that is how you can tell that this motherboard is meant to be paired up with a 9000 series CPU, where the old one was designed for a 7000 Threadripper CPU. So we're going to have to do the lane count here, or a block diagram, to verify like how many lanes you're actually getting with this motherboard. Because that's the thing. It's like, okay, AMD says you get 88 lanes of Gen 5. Okay, that's fine. But if the motherboard doesn't actually physically populate all those lanes, then you're actually not getting your full money's worth. So that's something to be aware of. So you get 3 Gen 5 and 1 Gen 4. Here, we get 2 Slim SAS. Now, the Slim SAS is going to be Gen 4. So you got dual X4 Gen 4s right there via Slim SAS. So it's a lot of extra storage. There, it still has that IPMI support for the remote management and then all of ASUS's stuff. So what does it say? Chipset cooling, dedicated chipset heatsink draws away. Okay, that's nice. And then the LAN cooling and all that stuff. M.2 cooling. Oh, it's got it, guys. Check it out. It's got the thing. It's got the thing that can scratch your GPU. So you gotta be really careful with that. Is it literally on every single slot? Is it moving down every time? Oh no, I guess it looks like it's moving down, but it's not. Hey, it's got the thing. It's got the thing that can scratch it. Check it out. I don't know if that's an improvement or a regression, but it's got it. It's got that Q release slim. It's got Q release slim. Does it have it on like every single one of them? It probably has it in like a lot of them, I guess. I don't know, maybe probably all of them. You just rip it out. Easy slot and safe DIMM. The PCIe 5.0 is 2x faster than PCIe 4, so ASUS adapted its SMT manufacturing to ensure the best. You've got the Q. This is exactly like the X870 motherboards. That's exactly what it does on the new boards. So it's fully toolless. All that good stuff right there. All right, here's their full lineup, guys, for the Pro series. So they've got the old Sage. They've got the WRX 90E Sage SE, which is like the monster one for like Threadripper Pro. Then you've got the Intel W790 for, I believe that's for Sapphire Rapids. Then you have like the higher end one, the Sage SE equivalent. It's for the Intel. That's the LGA 4677. So the Intel almost has as many pins as the Threadripper. I think the Threadripper is what, 4,800 something, and the Intel one's 4,677. So they're close in pin count. So the Intel Sapphire Rapids is kind of old now. For those curious, like, where does Intel's HEDT platform line up? 12th gen. It's all 12th gen based. So there are no Raptor Lake workstation stuff from Intel. There's no Intel Arrow Lake workstation, at least as of right now. So the highest end Intel HEDT is still stuck on Alder Lake 12th gen Golden Cove based performance cores. So that's why it's kind of like missing in action right now compared to Threadripper. Because, like 12th gen is older than Threadripper 7000 at this point. Because we're talking like 2021 part from Intel, or technically 2022, and then like Zen 4 came out in the second half of 2022. You had Threadripper 7000 in 2023, so that's like 2 years ago now. And then now you have Zen 5, aka Threadripper 9000, and you still are stuck on 12th gen Intel if you're on an Intel HEDT. You have like no upgrade right now. So that's the reason why a lot of prosumers, a lot of the creator types that are actually building or using Threadripper systems, they're all basically Threadripper now, or they're using really old Intels that predate Sapphire Rapids. So it's kind of weird, man. Like, Intel's in a really weird spot right now. I don't know. I personally don't understand why Intel abandoned HEDT, high-end desktops, because literally Intel was the one that started high-end desktop as a segment. And it's like they dropped the torch and AMD picked it up and ran with it. It's like, okay, I don't know what happened, but it would be nice to see like an Intel HEDT platform, like an actual HEDT, not some Xeon Threadripper Pro competitor. I want to see like a regular, like non-Xeon. Where is the successor to Skylake X? I'm still waiting for the successor to Skylake X. Because everything we got from Intel was basically a Threadripper Pro competitor, not really a Threadripper competitor. So Threadripper is kind of like, I don't know, it's just kind of by itself now. It competes against itself. I think Steve from Gamers Nexus said in his review that AMD is pretty much, maybe it was Linus, someone said that Threadripper is basically competing with itself. I mean, like, Sapphire Rapids is just kind of like there. It's there just to show like the benchmark numbers, but it's like no one's actually using it because you can't even buy one anymore. So, and then it's like Threadripper is competing with Threadripper 7000, and then it's also competing with like regular Ryzen. And I guess technically Intel's probably like, well, who needs Threadripper? Who needs quad channel memory when you've got Intel Core Ultra, man? Like Arrow Lake, why do you need quad channel? Why do you need 80 PCIe lanes? Like, you only need like 20 lanes, right? Like, everyone only needs 20 lanes. You don't need more than 20 lanes. Get an Intel Core Ultra, like, forget about more than 20 lanes, or 24 lanes, or whatever. So anyway, that kind of covers the motherboards. If you guys want me to do the block diagram, I can do that for this motherboard. This is probably a really good choice, though, guys. Like, I'm just thinking, like, in my own mind, I'm like, man, if I didn't already have Threadripper, I would probably consider this motherboard. Like, honestly speaking, this one seems to have, like, everything. It's got, like, all the stuff. You know what I mean? Like, look at that. Look at that. You can literally run 4 graphics cards on this board. As long as they're dual slot, blower style, you could put 4 Radeon AI Pro 9700s in here. Each of them have 32 gigs of VRAM. Or you could put RTX Pro 6000s in here. Now, I don't know how you're going to power a system with 4 RTX Pro 6000s. Like, Fake Frames brought up a really, really good point earlier. Like, how do you actually power that? I don't see the dual power supply 24-pin thing on here, so I have no idea how this does that. It probably does, though, because I think it's probably doing dual power supply over that adapter, and it just doesn't need the full 24 pins because it's really just telling that second power supply, hey, I need you to power these 2 additional GPUs or something like that. I don't know. Intel believes its own wishful thinking. Well, Intel has to restructure, guys. Like, Intel's got to restructure. They've got some kind of problems, but we already know that. Someone was asking me in my video about the unboxing. Like, someone left a comment, like, on my Threadripper unboxing. It was completely off topic, but someone wrote a comment on there asking, like, is the Intel Core Ultra good now? And I'm like, I mean, I still use it. I have it. I have the Core Ultra 9, like, literally right here. I was thinking of live streaming on that again, since I don't have my Godlike right now. So I may consider it, but I've tested it. And we'll probably benchmark it against Threadripper just because, just as a data point. But what I can tell you is, like, it's basically the same. Like, nothing really changed. You're not gonna magically gain like 20% performance from a BIOS update. That's not how these things work. Once the architecture performs as is, the best you can do is like 2 to 3%. You're not gonna get like some massive like 50% gain. That's just not how reality is with computer architecture. Like, the fixes are gonna have to come from new silicon. That's just how it is. Okay. Oh, someone's asking about the AI top. Okay, yeah, we can talk about the AI top. Alright, this is the last one. This is a really weird motherboard, to be honest. It's a very strange board. Because it is a TRX 50 AI top. It's an AI top. And meaning it is Gigabyte's highest end in terms of market positioning. Because Gigabyte, as you guys can tell with the branding, AI top is everywhere. There's literally like an AI top thing, like right next to me. Like, they're all in on AI top, which means if a Gigabyte product says AI top, it's automatically the flagship product of their entire stack. We saw this with their Ryzen X870E. The highest end AM5 motherboard today from Gigabyte is the X870E Aorus Extreme AI top. So this one is the TRX 50 AI top. So this is automatically the flagship Threadripper board for the Pro. Well, they say Pro, this is why it's kind of weird. But there's a really weird thing about this board, and I want to point it out. We're going to talk about it right now. So the thing is, this motherboard has 8 RDIMM slots. So you can see. Let's go to the gallery. You can do 8 memory sticks on this motherboard. Look at that. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, what they don't tell you is this is the full fat 8 channels. So technically, this should not be a TRX 50 motherboard. This should be one of those WRX 90 motherboards. But for some reason, they're selling this into the TRX 50 space. But what I think is a little bit confusing and not a very good move by Gigabyte is they're doing 8 DIMMs, which is nice. But here is the catch. If you have a Threadripper 9000 like this, or a Threadripper 7000 like this, meaning you don't have a Threadripper Pro, whether it's Threadripper Pro 7000 or Threadripper Pro 9000. If you have a non-Pro Threadripper, a regular HEDT Threadripper, and you install it in this TRX 50 AI top, you can only use 4 of these memory DIMMs. You cannot use all 8 DIMMs because this is an 8-channel motherboard, and Threadripper literally only has 4 memory channels. It can only use 4 out of the 8 channels. This is not a 2 DPC board. This is a 1 DPC board. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it even shows you right there. It's got the A, B, C, D. And I think over here it's got E, C, E, F, G, H or whatever. So we need to look at the block diagram on this guy, because this guy is really, really complicated. This is the type of motherboard that the only people that should consider buying this are people who are going to Threadripper Pro, unless you are okay using this and just never populating all of the memory slots. It does have the GPU button, so that's nice to see. Only for the top slot, which is funny because it's like, oh, this is so obvious that they want you to put multiple graphics cards in here because of the way it looks. It has active cooling on the chipset. It has active cooling on the VRM. Lots of cooling. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 fans. 4 fans. 8 DIMMs. Lots of metal. I don't doubt Gigabyte in terms of cooling the heatsink or the Gen 5 SSDs, because Gigabyte, in my experience, Gigabyte has the best cooling solution when it comes to cooling SSDs. Alright, let's see. RK is saying that it's lacking. What does it got? Alright, Wi-Fi. It's got the new Gigabyte plug. The Q flash. It does not have a clear CMOS on the back. I do not know why Gigabyte insists on not including the clear CMOS on the back. They do have it, but it's like hidden on the board, like down here somewhere. It's like down here or whatever. Like that's the clear switch. That's the clear CMOS. So it has a clear CMOS, but you have to literally open the case and go in there and reach down there. That's really inconvenient compared to pressing the button on the back. So I don't know why they do that. Like that, to me, that's weird. All right, so what do they got here? They have 2, 4, 6 USB Type A. I don't know. They don't say if it's 10 gig. I assume if it's red, it's 10 gig. But I don't know. I wish they would have labeled it, but it's like, okay. And then they have the DisplayPort input, so just like with that Asus board, but they're only doing it for one of the USB 4. Which means maybe what they've done is they're doing DisplayPort input for this USB 4, and then, well, no, I take that back. They're only doing it for one. They're doing it one because I was thinking maybe the integrated graphics goes to the second one, but Threadripper doesn't have integrated graphics, so that doesn't count. So yeah, and no optical audio, just like on the Aero D. And dual 10 gig because it's AI top. It's AI top. So apparently Gigabyte's like, man, if it says AI top, put dual 10 gigs on it. Who cares if the guy doesn't have 10 gig internet speeds? Who cares? Just put 10 gigs on there. Just two 10 gigs. Put it there. Whatever. It's cool. 10 gigs. It's a flex. It's a flex move. You know, the guy can flex on everybody. Hey, I got dual 10 gigs. Oh, yeah, what's your internet speed? 1 gig. Oh, nice. Okay. Cool story. So it's like, yeah, I mean, this is kind of like a meme setup. I don't know what is this. Like, I wonder how much this motherboard costs. You know, like dual 10 gig, but it's got like no clear CMOS on the back and no optical audio. And yeah, why is Why is this empty? Why is there a gap here? Like, could they have put 2 more USBs right here or something, or optical audio or whatever? Like, why is this empty? Why is I don't know, like whatever. Like it's I don't know who this is for. I just don't know who it's for, because it's like it's TRX 50, which means it's meant for non-pro. But they put 8 sticks. They put all 8 channels. They put all 8 channels, man, on a TRX 50. Dual 10 gig and 8 sticks of RAM. Like, who is going to use this? Who is this for? I don't know what this AI top is supposed to be for. Is it for an AI? Like, I don't know who's it for. I am so legit confused when I look at this. It's like somebody was like, hey, I'm just gonna put... Oh, they put a backplate. Look, check that out, man. That's a big backplate. Look at that. That thing covers up everything. That covers up You can't see anything. It's all covered. Look at that. 100% coverage. Look at that. Look at that. What is this for? Is this... It's AI. Apparently it's AI. I don't know. It's like... Maybe... Here's a thought. Maybe Gigabyte let AI tell them what features to put on the board. And maybe AI told them, put all 8 memory channels. Put octa channel. Even though it's TRX 50, which implies it's for non-pro. So if someone buys a pro CPU, they can use all 8 memory sticks. You know, that's probably... This is like AI designed this board, man. And look, this board is so wide. Look at that. This is not even EATX, by the way. This is not EATX. This isn't even CEB. This is EEB. This is how big this board is. This board makes the Godlike look so short and small in comparison. Look at that. Look how wide this motherboard is. It is so wide. It is so wide. Look at that. Hey, this isn't even... What is this? Like, this is this EEB? Is this EEB? They don't say. Like, what is the standard? Like, what is this? What is this motherboard? I don't even know what the standard is. It doesn't say it's EEB. What? They just designed something out of thin air and was like, hey, check it out. AI top, it's cool. It's like, what? What is this? This isn't even CB. What is this? It says 3DS. It says 3DS. It says Nintendo 3DS. What is this thing? I don't know, man. It got dual 10 gigs, though. It's got dual 10 gigs. I mean, okay, dual 10 gigs. 320 megahertz Wi-Fi 7. 320. It's got the full fat Wi-Fi 7. Full fat Wi-Fi 7. So there's one thing it does right. It does the networking. It brings the networking. The networking is so juiced. Dual 10 gig and full 320 hertz Wi-Fi 7. I don't know what is the I don't know what the standard is. It doesn't say EEB. Is it EEB? Is it CEB? It doesn't look like CEB. It looks like EEB. That looks too big to be a CEB. That's definitely way bigger than EATX. It doesn't say it. Like, what is this? Because look, Asus literally declares CEB. This is not an EATX. This is a CEB. And you know what? Asus has the big boy. Look at this thing. The big chonky. Look at the big chungus. Big chungus from Asus is not even CEB. This is EEB. But this is for Threadripper Pro. At the bottom of the specs page. Hold on. Wait, what? At the bottom of the specs page. So you're telling me I gotta go all the way to the bottom. I gotta go all the way to the bottom to see what this is. Where is it? Where is it? This doesn't tell me anything. What? I still don't know. Is this an EEB? Is this a CEB? This is not EATX, I can tell you that. I don't know what this thing is. If I had to guess by looking at it, it looks like an EEB. How come they don't just say what it is? Like, this is so, like... 14-layer server-grade PCB. Take that, $1,100 Godlike. That Godlike is a 10-layer PCB. This thing's a 14-layer. This is a true server-grade... I am convinced that AI designed this motherboard. First of all, I don't know what the standard is. I don't know if it's EEB or CEB. It's definitely bigger than EATX. And it's got 14 layers, dual 10 gig, Wi-Fi 7, and a bunch of dual GPU slots. This was designed by AI. Look at this. Look how thick that is. Look at that. Look at that thick. That is thick. Thick with a C. That's thick. That's a thick motherboard. Look at that. Look at this AI down here. It's like, look at that, like, I designed that thick motherboard. 14 layers. As the very foundation of the motherboard, the PCB plays a subtle yet critical role in the capabilities. Is that supposed to be a haiku? Like, did AI literally write this? Like, I don't know. I can't tell anymore. I'm so confused by this motherboard. Like, I don't know what's going on anymore. All I see is it's talking about LLMs. LLMs. Gigabyte's exclusive utility provides powerful AI computing assistance features. Its visually appealing interface allows you to easily track LLM fine-tuned progress and hardware status, and quickly adjust related fine-tuning settings, significantly improving work efficiency. It is so heavy. This ain't no EATX, man. You can tell by looking at this is not an EATX. You know how I can tell it's not EATX? Because it's got look at this, where the standoffs go. Look at where hold on, go to the gallery again. You know how you can tell it's not EATX? The back. As soon as I saw the back of this thing, I'm like, this ain't no C, this is not a EATX. Okay, first of all, check this out. ATX ends with this third screw here. This is where ATX ends. So all this extension right here is within EATX. But the thing is, this looks wider than EATX. EATX goes to about where this first line is. So there's like an extra inch. There's like a whole extra inch that goes beyond EATX. Also, EATX typically doesn't have a fourth layer of screws. So this is like, what the heck? This thing has four columns of screws. In fact, it doesn't even follow a spec, because check this out. If someone tries to screw this in here, or if someone has a standoff, that's why they gotta have like oh man, I can see it now. Someone could damage this. Someone could literally damage this. The traces for their memory, because if they try, like, let's say they have a case that has a standoff that is loose, and they don't bother to check, they don't tighten their standoffs so they're all flat and uniform. Because you know, sometimes when you undo your standoffs when you're swapping motherboards, sometimes the standoff can become loose and it can raise up or even come off with the screw. Then you have to like use pliers to get it off. So if it's not flat, oh, I can see it now. Someone goes to like drop this motherboard down in their case. The standoff for this one is too high because it's not screwed all the way down flat. And it literally just scrapes up this memory trace and just literally just ruins those RAM slots. That's crazy. So I don't know about that. This doesn't look like a good choice right there. But then you can see it's got the screw hole here. It's got those three on the left side or right side. depending on how you're looking at it. All this stuff is for the M.2 stuff, the retention plates and things, and the chipset fan, or chipset heatsink, I should say. You're saying it's EATX, but the thing is, like, EATX normally doesn't have a fourth screw hole like this. This, to me, looks like it's probably CEB, and Gigabyte's just not labeling it that way. I don't know. That, to me, that looks way too big for a regular EATX. That's definitely wider than the Godlike, and the Godlike is the widest EATX motherboard that I've ever seen, or ever even used. Alright, let's do the block diagram. Let's do the block diagram on this guy. Hold on, let me, okay. Technically, well, I guess we'll just redo a lot of this. Okay. And I'll get rid of the name here. Oh, you guys aren't even see what I'm doing. So I'm just going to clean this up. Get rid of this name. This is not the Arrow D. Maybe it'll make more sense to see like what this motherboard is actually offering if we actually do the block diagram. Let me see. Okay, so what else do I need to change on here? Well, it's got like 8 sticks of memory. It's got 8 channels, which is really bizarre for a TRX 50. So we got to actually draw all of those out. So it actually has like E, F, G, and H. So it literally has like all the memory channels. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. It's got the additional 4 memory channels. So it's got all 8 memory channels. I don't know why, but it does. You can't use these. These are not usable with regular 9000 series Ryzen or Threadripper. You got to be on Threadripper Pro to get access to all 8 channels. But it does have that. So if you have a Threadripper Pro CPU, this might be a decent choice because it might come in at a much cheaper price point than those Threadripper Pro motherboards. So something to be aware of. Maybe that's what they're trying to do with this, but I don't know why they didn't just go all out and make a WRX AI top. But so here they've got like 4 of these things. And actually PCIe 4.0 on here, I guess. Is that right? No, they're doing... What the heck? They're doing like all... Oh, it's going to depend on the CPU. Wow, this motherboard is really interesting. This motherboard scales with the type of CPU, but it's different based off of Threadripper versus Threadripper Pro. So this could be PCIe 5 or 4, depending on the CPU. Same thing with this. Depending on the CPU. But in general, they've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 X16s. So they have PCIe 1, 2, 3, and 4. All of them are X16. So you have X16, X16, X16. Every single one of them. Every single one of them are X16. Full fat X16. Gen 5 or Gen 4, depending on your thing. So that right there is 64 lanes. That's straight up 64 lanes. 16 times 4 is 64. That is 64 lanes of Gen 5, depending on what CPU you have. And then they've got a bunch of M.2. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all M.2. So you got like M.2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so that's what? X4, 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 X4. So again, that's like what? 12 more? No, 16 more lanes. That's 16 more lanes. So that right there is 80 lanes. So the total, so this one right here, we'll just put 16 lanes. So you add 64 plus 16, 80 lanes. 80 lanes of Gen 5 potential. Directly connected to the CPU. And I forgot to put the name. This is the TRX 50 AI top from Gigabyte. Okay, that is what is actually like on the CPU lanes. Then you have the chipset. The chipset is just going to be where all your SATA, typically your SATA resides here, your networking stuff, your USB 4. Oh, and okay, so here's where it's kind of interesting. So they are still using the Intel Thunderbolt. I don't know why they're doing Intel Thunderbolt instead of the JHL. That to me is also a kind of like, why are they doing this? Like, why aren't they using the newer ASM? Because that one has some more bandwidth. But they're using Intel USB 4, or we'll just say JHL 8540. So that's 4 lanes right there. This is PCIe 4.0. And then they've got the same kind of thing that we saw on the other motherboard. You got your Wi-Fi, you got your 10 gig. It's AI top. It's AI top. So you know what that means. Dual 10 gig. So they've got Wi-Fi 7, 10 gig, 10 gig, and that's pretty much it. So you get, for lanes, you have 1, 2, and 2. And then 4 for USB 4. So the only thing that changed from the Aero D is instead of that 2.5 gig LAN, you get an additional 10 gig LAN. This is the USB 4. The dual USB, the 40 gigs on the back, that's what that is. And then what else do they got? They got SATA over here. So basically it is not actually the same as the Aero D. In fact, I kind of like the Aero D, the Aero D's layout better. So for those that don't know, the total lane here is always going to be 8. This is like up to 8. And they did 4 plus 4. Wait. How do they do that? Is that right? Yeah, how they do... Oh, you know why? I know what they did. This is not actually here. That's actually not there. That can't be there. That can't be there for a reason. And the reason is there's no lanes. So just like with AMD's AM5, the chipset still is limited in its total lanes. So with the chipset, you're always going to get 8 Gen 4 over here, and you're going to get 4 Gen 3 over here. So we got 4 going to this guy. We got 2 more to this and 2 more to that. So that's all 8 lanes. So that means Wi-Fi 7 is going to have to go on the PCIe Gen 3 as 1 lane, which is fine. That's exactly what they've got to be doing. That's 1 lane. This is Wi-Fi 7. However, what about the SATA? This is where things get interesting because you only have 4 lanes total. So what they're doing is they're doing SATA 1 and 2 have their own lanes. So you got one lane for SATA 1 for your first SATA, and you got another lane for your second SATA. So the final lane has to go to an ASM splitter. So most likely, they're doing some sort of as media splitter, like I forgot the number, but there's like a 6130 or whatever. There's like a splitter, and what they're doing is they're doing 2 SATA off of 1 Gen 3 lane. So the downside of doing this is you cannot use RAID with the 3rd and 4th SATA. You can only do RAID with the first 2 SATAs, which is not a big deal because I don't think a lot of people care about like RAID on a desktop platform. It's not something that you really see anymore because NVMe storage is so fast. So to me, this is not a big deal. Some people will probably complain because they'll notice that their SATA SSDs don't move that fast when they're on this compared to the ones that are over here. But they're not really going to be that much slower in my experience. The only time you're going to notice a bottleneck is if you try to do let's say you try to do a file transfer from something over here, and you try to push it to like this drive, and then you try to push another file transfer to this drive simultaneously. You're going to bottleneck right here on that ASM splitter. So you will notice your file transfer speed is like terrible when you do that. So that's the sign that you have a splitter. But anyway, in general, that's fine because SATA is becoming less and less relevant. But it is weird because this is the AI top, and the AI top has some kind of weird like split going on here down on the chipset, whereas the Aero D didn't have any of that. In fact, the Aero D had like 8 SATA that could all do RAID. So, but I mean, the counter argument is like no one's doing RAID anymore on like a consumer HEDT platform, let alone regular Threadripper or regular Ryzen. So, yeah, I don't know. Just something to be aware of. So that's the AI top. That's how the lanes are allocated. Overall, it is just looking at it, I think a Ryzen 9000 should have access to all of this at Gen 5, because this is literally 80 lanes of Gen 5. But I don't know if that's true. What I know for a fact is that the Ryzen 9000 Threadripper, did I say Ryzen? I meant Threadripper non-Pro. So Threadripper 9000, yeah, Threadripper 9000 should have access to all of this at Gen 5. But I don't know that for a fact because it's going to depend on Gigabyte's BIOS. But it will not have access to the remaining 4 memory channels. That for sure requires Threadripper Pro, because the memory controller on Threadripper 9000 is not designed to actually scale to 8 channels of memory. It's physically incapable of doing it. So, very, very strange motherboard. It's TRX 50, but it's kind of like they want you to go with a Pro series, which is really expensive. And it's like if you're considering Pro, you're probably looking, you probably don't care how much the motherboard costs at that point. So I'm not exactly sure. I still am a little bit confused as to who this motherboard is for. Like, who's the target buyer? Like, what are they going to do with the computer that they can't do with the other motherboard, like the Aero D? So, but again, you know, like no slim SAS, no weird like U.3 or enterprise grade connectors that you see on the Asus boards. Fairly standard stuff, a bunch of PCIe, a bunch of storage. You can run 4 graphics cards if you want it all at Gen 5 X16. And that's pretty much the last one. That's the last motherboard on the list. So Gigabyte has 2, Asus has technically 3, but for TRX 50, Asus has 2, Gigabyte has 2, ASRock has one, and I think ASRock is coming out with a newer one at some point in the future. It was announced, there were rumors about it, and then it was kind of like soft announced, and then I don't know where it is though. But that's pretty much the lineup. So again, not nearly as many motherboards to choose from, but keep in mind, all these motherboards are very expensive. They're all very high end. They're definitely meant for the prosumer, the power user, someone who's actually going to leverage the platform and not just sit there and play games on it, because that's a massive, massive waste. But anyway, that's kind of it, guys. So what are your thoughts? Is anybody here currently on Threadripper, or like, are you on an old Threadripper and you're thinking of upgrading? Are you thinking of doing a new build at some point in the future? Are you gonna wait for Zen 6? Someone commented on my unboxing video about like Zen 6, and I'm thinking like, does that guy realize like Zen 6 is still like more than a year away? It's like, why are you talking about something that is like so far away from now that it's like not really relevant to the conversation? But oh well. I would say, depending on the price, the Radeon Pro is probably a very good value, but I don't actually know the official price. The rumors from some of the websites hint at like $1,300, $1,500. At $1,500, that's a good deal because it's 32 gigs. In fact, the Radeon AI Pro is literally one of the cards that is designed to go in this motherboard, in this AI top. Let me go find that GPU now. Radeon AI Pro, yeah, this thing. It's supposed to be launched, but you're not going to be able to buy one for a while until it gets through the disti supply chain. So it's not in distribution. It's only available to OEM pre-builds right now. I don't know how long it will take for it to trickle down into the DIY market, but I would say this is probably a really good value for 32 gigs of VRAM on a prosumer, on a professional GPU that gets you a 2-slot thick Workstation graphics card. So this is the perfect choice for these Threadripper motherboards. Like, it really is. Yeah, this is a good... This GPU does use the infamous 12-volt high-power plug on the front of it, or on the top here. But it's not going to overheat and melt the cable because the power connector is far away from the heat part, the part that gets really hot on the GPU. So, in fact, there's like an article from like China where they were basically getting 5090s and they were desoldering them from the AIB cards and soldering them onto blower style coolers and using them with the blower style. And they were reporting that none of them were overheating. None of them were melting the connectors because the connectors were far enough away from the heat source that it was never a problem. So that's, again, they're further proving my point on why blower style coolers are literally the best design. And that's the reason why the professional cards are always blower style coolers. Gee, I wonder why professional graphics cards use the blower style design and cost so much money compared to the gamer stuff. But yeah, this thing is a good deal. I would assume at like $1,200 to $1,500, I would say that's like a really good deal for a 32 gigabyte GPU. I think that answers all the questions. Like, did anybody have any particular question about any of the the topics on the Threadripper, the HEDT stuff, the HEDT segment. Do we need to do a history lesson on HEDT? I don't think we need to. I think we kind of covered it in the past. But I might do it if you guys want to hear about how it started out. Yeah, I think this is good. It depends on what you're trying to do with it, though. Like, what are you going to do with this GPU? If you had this GPU? And Minecraft is not a good answer. That's a really bad answer. Like, for the people asking about this, like, what do they want to do with this card? First of all, are you on a 4K monitor? Like, are you gonna do, like, what sort of apps are you gonna use that actually use this VRAM? That's the question I have. Because if you're not gonna take advantage of the VRAM for a specific workload, like, what's the point of even considering the card? You know what I mean? It kind of goes back to the conversation earlier about that RTX 6000 card. Like, if you're not going to leverage the 96 gigs of VRAM, like, why consider the graphics card? That VRAM is pure AI. Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, everyone, it's all about AI. It's AI. It's all AI nowadays. Yeah. 9700 AI. What are you talking about? This is it. What are we talking about? I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, but you can do that with a lot of other GPUs too. Like, you don't even need this to do that. You can use an older professional GPU to do the same thing. Like, what would be the benefit of buying this thing? Like, it's really just, it's all VRAM, guys. The answer is it's all VRAM. So it's like, if you don't have a workload or use case that actually needs VRAM, meaning if you're not doing something with AI, and you're not doing something with, like, fluid simulation or thermodynamics or like CAD-related tools and things like that, I don't see the point of this GPU. Like, for like a regular person in their house doing stuff with a GPU. Like, I mean, anyone can buy it if they want, but it's like what's the justification for buying it, right? Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, why does somebody need to use this? The way I see it, this is the perfect choice for Threadripper, because Threadripper, you can scale with multiple GPUs. And this is a 2-slot design, which means someone with Threadripper can literally put 4 of these in a motherboard that has the 4, like, basically the AI top. Like, you can literally put 4 Radeon AI Pro 9700s in the TRX 50 AI top. They'll all have perfect spacing. They will not overheat because they're all blower styles and they're all uniform. The Aero D can only fit 3, but you could put 3 of them in here. The Sage can also fit 4, just like the AI top. This is going to be a little bit awkward because this one's going to hang over. That will hang over on the bottom one too. Yeah, so you have to have a full tower case with 8 slots on the back to fit all 4 GPUs in there. The ASRock has a whole bunch of PCIe slots, but you can do 1, 2, 3. You can do 1, 2, 3. You can do 3 on this one. You can't really do 4 because the last one will either hang off the bottom or it will be covering the bottom slot. So this one can do 3. That's kind of weird. Like, why did they... 1, 2... Yeah, they can only do 3. The spacing on that is weird. It's funny because... Wait, hold on. Can the old Sage do that? Or does it not have the right spacing either? Let me see. 1, 2, 3... No, the old Sage can do it. ASRock somehow screwed up on the spacing, man. They've got a good number of slots, but they put them in the wrong... They messed it up. The spacing makes all the difference in the world. The old Sage can literally fit 4 Radeon Pro AI cards in there, but the ASRock can only fit 3. Wow, that is weird. Just one difference in the spacing of the PCIe makes the difference between 3 GPUs and 4 GPUs. Crazy. But anyway, we'll be doing some stuff with Threadripper in the near future. It's not for gaming, but we'll probably look at gaming on it because, like Steve said in his review, he knows that all the people that watch the review skip to the gaming benchmarks, even though everyone's supposed to already know that you do not buy a Threadripper to play games. Like, you can play games on it, but you don't buy it for games. It's not meant to be playing. It's meant to develop games, not like play games. Oh, that sounds weird to say that, but it's like, yeah, you can play games on it. It's fine. And you're most likely on a 4K monitor, so it's totally fine to play games on it, but it's like, we're gonna showcase games on it, I guess. I mean, people are probably curious, like, how does it play? Like Monster Hunter Wilds, for example. So we'll look at Monster Hunter Wilds. We will. I do need to make some changes to mine. I do want to swap power supplies. So right now, I'm using my ancient Corsair HX 1200 watt, and I'm using an adapter cable for the 4090, and it is not doing a good job balancing the current because I've tested with the current clamp, so I know that cable is lousy. So I want to switch to a newer power supply that has a native cable. So I may at some point do that. So that might be something where I have to like take apart the computer. You can race a truck, but you're better off with a car. Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. Well, I think of Threadripper as like a pickup truck. When someone says a semi, I think of like that's a server. That's a server. Unless an airplane is a server. But no, forget about airplane. Yeah, I think a semi is an epic server. And I think Threadripper is like a pickup truck. You know? Something like that. It's like, yeah, you can race a big pickup truck, but you know, you don't need to race in a pickup truck. It's a big bulky machine.
I am also thinking about upgrading my Corsair 1500W to the Asus Thor 3.
Oh yeah, the Asus Thor 3. I think you were the one that was telling me that the Asus has a power supply, and I'm guessing it's the Thor 3, that there's something that it can do to work with the Astral in further controlling the current load distribution. Is that true? It has a data link to the Astral, but it wouldn't have the ability. Oh wait, that means the Thor could actually control the current, in theory. Yeah, I need to look into that, man. That's a good idea. Like that, but see, for me, I would only benefit from something like that if I were to use the 5090 with my Threadripper. Because the only computer that I want to upgrade the power supply is my Threadripper computer. I don't have a need to upgrade the PSU on any of my other computers. But Threadripper is the one where, because AMD was recommending like 1500 watts or 1600 watts for like a Threadripper if you're going to run like multiple GPUs, like multiple actual high-end GPUs. Not like because you guys know what I'm running right now, right? Like I'm running, you guys know what I have. I mean, I've shown it before. I've got an RTX 4090 in the top slot. But the RTX 4090 is the Founders Edition. So it's so thick that I can't use my second X16 Gen 5 slot. It's completely wasted, and I would like to make use of that. So I'm actually trying to get away from using the 4090. So, and one card that does have my attention. There's actually two graphics cards that I'm thinking about. And it's funny, someone mentioned the very graphics card that I'm thinking of, and it's this one, the Radeon AI Pro 9700, because this has more VRAM than the 4090. And what I do with Threadripper is not like gaming. So it's like, I don't care if this card is slower than the 4090 in gaming, because that's not the point. Like, that's not what I'm looking for. But what this does have, this has 32 gigs of VRAM versus only 24 gigs of VRAM on 4090. And this is a 2-slot design. So if I install this in my Threadripper system, I will gain access to this second set of 16 Gen 5 lanes. So I'm really considering swapping to a professional GPU for Threadripper because of the ability to leverage an additional 16 lanes. There's two GPUs that I'm thinking of. One is the Radeon Pro. The other one is the Intel Arc Pro. They don't even have it on here. Like, it's the Pro B50, B60. Intel Arc B60. This one. Like, they say that it's launched, but I can't find it anywhere. Intel. This one. Yeah, this thing. Intel Arc Pro B60. It's 24 gigabytes of VRAM. But what I really like about it is the blower style 2-slot design. And this thing will probably only be like $500 or something like that, $600, whatever. They're claiming it's Pro, but so it might be more expensive than $500. But it's 24 gigs. And it's a 2-slot design. And the thing is, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I have learned that I don't want an axial design cooler. I want a blower style cooler for my next GPU. And I want minimum 24 gigs of VRAM, but ideally 32. And that is the reason why the Radeon AI Pro R9700 is starting to make a lot more sense for people who are on an HEDT platform. I think all of them are. All of them are like that. They all have... No, it's not a flow-through. It sucks air in from the top and the bottom. It exhausts it out the back. All blower styles function the same way. My old RX 480 is the same thing. You can see the top open like this on the RX 480 blower style. I've got how many? I got the Vega 64 blower, which is the same thing. I've got the RX 480 blower style. So I think those are... Oh, and I've got the 5700 XT. Yeah, I've got like 3 blower style. They're all older AMD cards though. Like all three of them are 8 gig VRAM cards. But yeah, I'm this is like a really good choice, man. Like if this is like $500, I may end up just buying this just because it's 24 gigs at $500 and it allows me to remove the 4090. Get that 4090 out of there, man. Get this in there as fast as possible. Now, I don't know, this is probably going to perform like way worse. But it doesn't really matter. Like, all I need this to do is mostly do video editing, and that's it. Like, that's pretty much it. I'll probably mess with like Intel's driver set for like AI, Same deal with AMD. Like if I have to do with the AMD Radeon, I'll do the exact same thing. I know the AMD one is the better choice because of 32 gigs, but this is probably gonna be really expensive. This is gonna be like $1,500. Whereas this thing is like what, like 600, 500, something like that. Does Intel even list the price though? Like, do these guys list the price? Man, these guys, like, Intel is such in shambles right now. Like, I can't find any info on any of their stuff. Like, they don't even tell you how much it costs. They don't even tell you the MSRP, yet they tell you that it's launched in Q3. But I don't know how much it costs. It's like, it's 200 watts. So you could easily put like, oh, it's only PCIe Gen 5 X8. Oh, it's PCIe Gen 5. Not Gen 4, so that's actually really, really good. So, yeah, this is actually quite good. This is basically a B850 that's actual Gen 5 and has double the VRAM. That's basically what it is. So it's not going to win any awards in terms of, like, gaming performance or anything. But if for the right price, it doesn't have to. This is probably going to be like $500, $600, somewhere around there, if I had to guess. The B580 is what, like $300, $250? So this would be double that because it's double VRAM. So it'd be like $500 to $600. That's my guess. To me, that's a fair price for this GPU. Anywhere from $500 to $600. $600 would be the maximum that I would spend on this GPU. But yeah. It would be good if you did a small video on Steam gaming removal. What are you talking about? Like how Steam got rid of all those games or whatever because of the payment processing companies or whatever? Like I kind of remember that story. But see, a lot of those games, they don't have like physical copies, so there's really not a whole lot you can do because when it comes to digital games, like you don't actually own the game. Like this is a thing that people don't seem to realize. And some console gamers, not all console gamers, but a subset of console gamers understand what it means to have actual ownership of the game. Now I know there's other ways to get games on PC, like GOG, is one alternative. But even GOG, it's still a digital product. So it's like, if it's a single player game, you can buy it from GOG and like not have, you have access to the game offline. But at the end of the day, if you're playing a multiplayer game, like it doesn't matter, right? Because it's like, if the servers go down, that's the end of the game, man. There's like nothing you can do about it. So it's like, and live service is pretty much the vast majority of games that come out these days. Occasionally you'll get those high quality single player games, but those are becoming less and less. Unless we see like a renaissance in the gaming industry, and we kind of caught a glimpse of it here and there with games like Expedition 33 and a lot of the games that are starting to come out of China now. But the problem with the Chinese games, I feel like a lot of the Chinese games are all basically the same genre. So they're all Souls-likes at this point, as far as I'm concerned. And at a certain point, I know that they're going to stop doing a bunch of Souls-likes and start branching out into other genres. But I do like what the Chinese gaming market is doing with like developing high-fidelity games that challenge the hardware. However, I just think that they need to start moving away from Souls-likes because I'll be honest, it's starting to get boring, for lack of a better term. Like, playing a bunch of Souls-likes, there are a lot of people, I have literally seen Reddit posts and Steam discussions regarding, like, for example, Wuchang. Wuchang, there's a bunch of people that are never going to play Wuchang because of the type of genre that it is. They would have really liked to play that game if it wasn't a Souls-like, punishingly difficult game to play for the average gamer. So I feel like the sooner Chinese devs branch out from the Souls-like genre, the better off they'll be. Because I know that they're capable of doing other types of games. Marvel Rivals is a really good example of a game that was developed by a Chinese studio. It was farmed out to a Chinese development studio, and they did a really good job with it, and it's a very good game. It's proof that they can do things that are not Souls-likes and also not pure gacha live service games. So, like, what do you know? Wow, they can do more than just two genres. So that is something I like, regardless of what I'm saying about them. Like, it sounds like I'm being critical. I'm not being critical. What I'm saying is that there is a lot of potential if they start moving away from Souls-likes and gacha. Now, I know they're never going to move away from gacha because gacha is the cash cow. Like, nothing can come close to matching the amount of revenue potential that a gacha game is capable of bringing in on a monthly, quarterly basis. Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, all the Hoyoverse games are proof of that. And there's others out there like Wuthering Waves and some other ones. All the mobile games, all the Japanese ones too, like Fate and all the other stuff that I don't even play. But those, like that genre, they're never going to move away from that, which is fine. But I would like to see them do other types of games besides Souls-like games, because I think the Souls-like genre is starting to get way too saturated. Way too saturated. And I don't know, man. I'm starting to become more and more picky about which Souls-likes I choose to play, because there's just too many of them now. It's like you're guaranteed to get at least 2 or 3 of them per year. Guaranteed no matter what. And it's like they're all going to kind of play similar. They're either going to be parry-based or dodge-based. Or, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Berserker was parry-based. Wu-Chang is evasion-based. What was the other one? Lies of P. Well, that's not a Chinese game. That's like a Korean dev game. But it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's the same thing. It's another Souls-like. It's a parry-based game. They want you to play a certain way. If you don't like it, too bad. You're not meant to play the game. It's that kind of thing. So, I don't know. Phantom Blade Zero is Chinese. Is more like Ninja Gaiden. We'll see if it's more like Ninja Gaiden. I'm not convinced based on what I've seen. Anything where they want you to just like perfect time something is not like Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden has no concept of that. Also, here's another thing. Does Phantom Blade Zero have a stamina meter? That's like question number 1. Is there a stamina system in Phantom Blade Zero? Because if there's a stamina system, it is not like Ninja Gaiden. Just immediately, it's not like Ninja Gaiden. I don't care how action-packed it is. If there is a concept of stamina management, it is not like Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden does not have a perfect time parry. If it does, I don't do it. And I beat the Emma Master Ninja. Oh, Ninja Gaiden has a counter system. Countering is not the same as parrying, by the way. Like, Momiji has a counter. That's not the same thing. But also, like I said earlier, does Phantom Blade Zero have a stamina meter? If it has a stamina meter, it is not like Ninja Gaiden at all. It is instantly not like Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden, there's no such thing as stamina management. You have infinite stamina. You can run forever. You can dodge forever. There's no such thing as stamina management. Same thing as Sekiro. Sekiro also has no such thing as stamina management. And that's where a lot of these Souls-likes that try to be like Sekiro fail so miserably, because they include the stamina bar from Dark Souls, yet they want you to play like you're playing Sekiro. And there's a reason why From Software did not put a stamina meter in Sekiro. because they knew that it would make the game tedious and not fun. We'll see. A lot of the UI is not shown in those videos, though. If you don't see the character constantly moving around and never actually, like, having to recover, then maybe it doesn't have a stamina meter, but I don't know. Until I see the full UI, I'm not going to say anything on that game. I mean, yeah, if you do that, it's basically yours. But the thing is, like, you'd have to read the terms of agreement on GOG, because technically all digital games, when you buy a digital game, you're buying something called an RTU, a right to use license. You're buying a license to use the game. So it's like, what does that define? Like, what does that grant you access to? You know, like that's how digital purchases work. It's never like, it's not like when you buy like in the era of the PS2. You buy like Final Fantasy X for the PlayStation 2. You literally have the disc. You literally own the entire game right there physically. You have the whole game, that's it. PS3 era was a lot like that. But then I recognize, like, in the PS3 era, they started having like patches for games, like updates to games. So you had to download the update. You know, or you had to download the DLC. You know, like Dark Souls 1, Artorias of the Abyss, DLC. Like that kind of stuff. So they had like add-ons to the games. But you still actually own, like if you had a disc, you physically had the actual game. You had the vanilla version of the game on the disc. GOG's agreement gives you the offline files needed to keep the game. Yeah, it's fine, but what I'm saying is, like, even if the game is from GOG, like if it has anything to do with multiplayer, if it has anything to do with like any sort of online component, you don't. It's like you never actually own the full game, and you just can't, because it's an online game. You know what I mean? Like Elden Ring Night Rain, like that game. Technically, you can literally play Night Rain 100% solo. You can do all the content in that game as though it was a single player game. Now it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be approachable for 90% of the people, but it can be played offline single player. So technically, if you had like if you buy a copy of Night Rain, either a physical copy, I don't even know if they even do physical copies for that game, but if you have a physical copy of the game, or if you have, I guess you buy it from GOG and you have access to the offline mode, you can technically play the entire game start to finish offline. Now you won't get access to the Everdarks, so you cannot do any post-game content, because that requires the internet connection, because you have to actually download you have to sync with the server to get access to the Everdark Sovereigns. So you don't have access to endgame, but story mode, like all the characters' individual remembrance quest lines, you can do all of that offline. Most GOG games are single player. Okay, well, yeah, then is Night Rain on there? Check if Night Rain is on there. I'm curious to know if it is, because if it is, if Night Rain is on GOG, then that means that technically you could do what I just said. You could literally play the entire game start to finish with no online components. That sounds pretty good. All right, guys. Well, Intel Pro Series. If I can find this, and if it's a decent price, I might actually consider getting one of these 24 gig GPUs for Threadripper, or the AMD. The AMD one has to be a certain price though. If this is gonna be like $2,000, then I'm not gonna get this. It's too much money. I'll just keep using the 4090 in there. I was thinking, like, if I don't want to put the 5090 in there because it's too big. but I gave up on the Founders Edition 5090 because it's stupid because of the design. It's loud, and the connector is terrible. So it's like, yeah, no. But it was 2 slot. It was really promising until it launched, and people were like, "Oh, the connector melts, and there's no way to load balance, and it's terrible, and it could pull 600 watts, and it's terribly loud." And it's like, yeah, no, the Founders Edition 5090 is a complete pass. It's terrible. But yeah, this thing, if this is like 1200, 1500, I don't know. I mean, to me, I'm not in a position right now. As someone who literally just bought Threadripper, I don't really have money to buy this. If it's like 1500, I'd have to like save up to get this. But I would consider it though. I would consider it. I think it's good value. At 1500 for 32 gigs, this I think is good value for 32 gigs. Like, think about that. Like, it's a little bit more money than a 5080, but it's got double the VRAM of a 5080, and it performs almost exactly the same as a 5080. And it beats the 5080 in all the LLM workloads because the 5080 doesn't have enough VRAM to run the models. So it's like no-brainer right there. But yeah. This is a good card though. I'm not gonna lie. It's this one's just expensive for most people. Like all professional VRAM, like all pro with double VRAM cards are. That's just how it goes. No, the launch drivers are good. What are you talking about? Launch drivers for what? This is Pro Series, dude. Like Pro Series GPUs don't even use the same drivers. These use professional certified ISV certified drivers. You install the blue Radeon drivers, not the red Radeon drivers. There's 2 different ones. I think this is the best choice for someone who's looking for 32 gigabytes of VRAM. If this is like $1,500, this is the easy choice because of the 32 gigs at that price point. Because otherwise you got to pay like what, $2,500, $3,000 for a 5090 that has 32 gigs of VRAM. So depending on what you're doing, and that thing's gonna be really, really big, so it can't really fit in a Threadripper 2 slot. Like, it's not gonna fit nicely into like this, which is the only reason why I don't already have my 5090 in this motherboard. I mean, if I put the 5090 in this motherboard, I still can't use my second slot. And the thing is, the thing will be blocked by the second GPU that's down here. So, meaning it can't breathe. This is the reason why I don't put the 5090 in this motherboard. Because it's like, I don't want that card to be starved for air. And I want to be able to use my PCIe slots. Because that, if you block your PCIe slots, you literally just invalidated the entire reason why someone would buy a Threadripper system in the first place. So it's like, yeah, that's why these blower style cards are like the secret thing. You know, this is like the unknown, the unspoken truth is like anyone who's doing like true high-end desktop work is going to gravitate toward these blower style cards because they can actually use all their PCIe lanes while using this type of GPU. And they're still getting all the good 32 gig VRAM goodness. So, yeah, man. Like, this is definitely, like, the smart choice. I just don't have money for this thing. And so that's why it's like, okay, now I got to look at, like, Intel. Because Intel's cheap. And it's like, if it's like $500, it's like, yeah, I can get a 24 gig. I can get a 24 gig Intel professional GPU. It's not going to perform that good. But I don't care because I don't play games on Threadripper anyway. So what does that even matter, right? Like Emperor Palpatine said, do what must be done. You got to do what must be done. If this is the GPU that fits, this is the GPU you get. If it's the right price point, this is the one that you get. 24 gigs, remember what I told you. You choose your GPU based off of the number of CPU cores. This Threadripper is a 24-core CPU. That means the minimum VRAM required is 24 gigabytes of VRAM. 1 gigabyte of VRAM per physical CPU core. So 24 times 1 equals 24 gigs of VRAM, which means this is a perfect fit for a 24-core Threadripper. And so is the 7900 XTX, but the 7900 XTX is not a dual slot cooler. It is too thick, just like the 4090, which is another 24 gigabyte GPU. So you can go more, but you shouldn't go under. So for me, 24 gig is the minimum VRAM required. I cannot go below 24 gigs of VRAM. So this is the cheapest option for 24 gigs in a blower style form factor. Now I know once upon a time, ASRock had this, let's see, they used to have a, yeah, ASRock once upon a time had a blower style 7900 XTX with the dreaded 12 volt high power connector on the front, on the top of it. And I was tempted to get this back in the day, but I was like, well, I already have three 7900 XTXs, but they're all thick, triple quad slot giant cards. Not realizing it's if you want to use this with HEDT, you're probably better off buying the blower style. So it's yeah, I really kind of missed out on this thing. This thing was probably the secret choice for high-end desktop. 24 gigs on the XTX. Man, this thing was so good. So the next best choice is going to be, at least for AMD, it's going to be this professional 32 gig thing. The RDNA 4 with the FSR4 stuff. That's why, man, I'm waiting to see what happens with this. I want to see some official pricing on this thing, so I know how relevant it is to me. RDNA 3 Pro. RDNA 3 Pro is... oh, you want to see what this one... Okay, I'll show you the equivalent of this. This is the replacement to a specific GPU. I'll tell you what it replaces. It replaces a W7800. This is the card that this is the successor to. So whatever the price of this was, potentially this could be priced the same. So the MSRP on this was $2,500. Okay, at $2,500, immediately I'm like, nah, it's I'm good. I'm just gonna get the Intel card at this point. If it's 2,500, This is the old card. This is the successor. It's so obvious it's a successor. 256-bit, 32 gig. Now, the old card actually has more cores. This has 4096. This has 4480. This is not a professional 7800 XT. This is more than a 7800 XT because this, and we talked about this on stream in the past, this is a strange 70 compute unit GPU. The 9700 is it should be the same, yeah, 64 compute unit. So the 7800 has more physical stuff, and it is using that, that RDNA 3 chiplet style thing. But this is the card that is being replaced by this graphics card. So I guess AMD might try to charge $2,500. That was the MSRP. That thing launched April 13th of 2023. So it is over 2 years old now. So yeah, it is time for this to get replaced by the 9700 AI Professional. But again, 2-slot, blower style. What's the TDP on this thing? 260 watts. So similar power. I think this is like, what, 300? 300. Okay, so it's close enough. That one's 260, this is 300. So, I don't know. This one's definitely going to perform better because it's newer. It's RDNA 4. Yeah, I really want to see, like, where is Intel's highest end stuff? Like, I feel like we really need, like, an Intel GPU that can bring balance to the force because the pricing is so messed up right now. With GPU pricing is so stupid right now. Like, man, every time I see stuff like this, like $2,500 for a 256-bit with 32 gigs, it's like, okay, this is why NVIDIA can continue to charge like $3,000 for their 5090 because it's 32 gigs and it's like this professional is 2,500, so it's like charge a consumer NVIDIA for the same amount of money or whatever. Like, it's faster than this thing. Yeah, professional cards, the prices are so stupid. But you're supposed to hold on to these for like 3 years minimum. You know what I'm saying? It's like 3 years minimum for these. AI Pro. If AI Pro is that cheap, you do realize though that if the AI Pro is truly only $1,259, the scalpers will buy it constantly. And they'll try to flip it and resell it on eBay, which is so sad to think about. Or they're going to sell it on Amazon Marketplace for jacked up prices. Same thing on Newegg as well. Oh, man. I don't know. The GPU market is kind of a mess when you think about it. There's like nothing good after like the $600, $700 price point. Like once you go above 9070 XT and 5070 Ti, there's literally like nothing good in terms of price points. That's what I've come to the conclusion. It's so bad. Like the GPU market is just so bad right now. Like that's why I tell people, like if you're happy with your GPU, you want to hold on for another year. And like another year and a half, you want to hold on to another like 16, 18 months. Unless you're like buying a new OLED or something and you're upgrading to like 4K resolution or whatever, you want to hold on to your existing GPU. Like all the people who are on like 4080s and 7900 XTXs, those people, they need to hold on to those cards, especially those 7900 XTXs. Because those 7900 XTXs with their massive 24 gigs of VRAM, that is the value king. That card is going to age so well because of that 24 gigs. That 24 gigs, man, that is the magic number. It is such a good amount of VRAM. 24 gigs. So it's funny because it's like all the people who are like on RDNA 3, they're just going to benefit from 24 gigs for like another year and a half. And then by the time their GPU starts seeming like it's old, they can just roll off to like the new RDNA 5 or UDNA or whatever it's called. And that GPU will be like 100% faster than the 7900 XTX. So those people are set up for success and I guess complete satisfaction when they finally do their upgrade next year or I guess like early 2027. Yeah. But those that are in the market for a GPU now, or those of you that are like on high-end desktops and you're trying to like figure out like, oh, well, how do I actually benefit from all these PCIe lanes? Well, the answer is you kind of have to go with a Pro card, which is not cheap. And they're also impossible to buy for some weird reason. But anyway, all right, guys. Well, I think I've been rambling long enough. We're at the 4-hour mark, so I guess that's going to be it for this episode of Tech Thursdays. So we did cover what I wanted to talk about, which was Threadripper. So I'm still curious, like if anyone is interested in building a high-end desktop and they're thinking about like Threadripper, Like, what is the use case? If you guys have questions about the platform, if you are a Patreon member, you can message me directly on Patreon if you want to discuss like options for the Threadripper builds. Because this is something I am actually kind of in the process of redefining, like what I want to do with my Threadripper build for the remainder of this year. I just don't have any budget right now to do anything with it. So it's like, it's all kind of like in planning. It's like, okay, I got the chip, but what am I going to do with the rest of it? It's like, okay, I have 4090 in there, but I can't really do, it's like taking up all the space. So everything's like crammed down at the bottom, like on a bunch of single slot things. So I'm trying to like figure out what, like how to actually make that platform like get the full value, like give me the full value of the platform. And right now I'm not doing that because I'm missing out on a whole bunch of lanes because of an oversized GPU. So I'm trying to figure out what to do with that. I thought about putting the 4090 at the very bottom. I can't do that because it is a triple slot GPU and it'll ram right into the power supply. So that's not an option. I don't know what to do. Like vertical mount's not going to be an option because I need the PCIe lanes for other things. So it's just kind of like, I don't know what to do with it, you know? Like it's a Threadripper. It's kind of like a weird side project that I've been working on recently. Maybe tomorrow I can join the voice chat thing, but it's like, it's kind of late right now, and I didn't expect this to go 4 hours. I thought we were going to do 3 hours, and that would be the end. But I ended up rambling about GPUs again for like the 5th time in a row on Tech Thursdays. So this always happens when it comes to GPUs, and that just shows you guys how messed up the GPU market is. But anyway, I'm not going to ramble again for another 45 minutes about GPUs. That's going to be it for this episode of Tech Thursdays. Like I said, if you're a Patreon member, you can message me if you have questions about Threadripper. If you're thinking about Threadripper, that's kind of the topic. So, and also the Discord, we can discuss Threadripper in there. Most people in there don't do anything with Threadripper, though. I think they're more of like mainstream desktop users. But for those of you that are looking for an actual workstation or high-end desktop, let me know what your thoughts are on Threadripper, because I think it is a pretty good choice for a lot of use cases. Anyway, that's going to be for this stream. Thanks for tuning in. We will be doing a weekend stream. I don't know what we're going to be doing. It's either going to be like Elden Ring, Night Rain, or like Genshin Impact or something. I don't know. It'll probably be on Threadripper, though. So we're probably going to be gaming. You know what? We'll probably do a testing gaming on the Threadripper 9960X. How about that? That's what we'll do. We're going to stream on the Threadripper because I don't have the Godlike. It's like RMA or whatever. So let's use Threadripper as a substitute platform and see how this thing can handle gaming and streaming on a true high-end desktop. So stay tuned for that this weekend. And if you aren't subscribed, do get subscribed. Hit the bell icon so you get notified when I go live, because I might go live tomorrow evening. And if not, I will most likely go live on Saturday evening, but not Sunday evening. So just keep that in mind. So hit the bell icon so you know when I go live, so you can tune in if you want to see how this platform, how the new Zen 5 architecture performs in games. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. Thank you all for tuning in for this week's episode of 120 on Tech Thursdays. This was the Threadripper launch day live stream. And I will catch you next week here on Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I will see you then. Thanks.